Hey, I'm Ray Chu, marketing manager of the APT. Welcome to this permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the APT Phu Quoc main event final table. Vidor Sincourt alongside myself, Henry Kilbate. Vidor, you were here to the late hours of last night as the players were battling down from the final two tables to this official final table of 9. And looking at some of the players that have qualified, I mean, it's going to make our lives pretty difficult here in the booth because we have some world-class talent out there to call.
Some world-class talent. What a journey it's been, Henry. As you said, I was here to the late hours of last night, which means the players were as well. This is day 4 of the main event, the final table. They have battled it out for 3 days. They have reads on everybody they're playing with. They have a strategy they've come in with. And they've gotten a good night's sleep. So it's going to be some crazy street poker, I feel.
Well, I hope so. I mean, 7 different nationalities represented at this main event final table. Any second now, we're going to throw it down to the floor as Ray Chu is going to introduce the final tablist to this APT Phu Quoc main.
Welcome, welcome. Like today is the day. Welcome to APT Phu Quoc, and from 507 entries in the main event, we are down to final 9. One of these men will be the new champion. Well, let's check them out. In seed number 2, he is from Thailand, and he is from our sponsor, Natural Eggs. He's their ambassador. Give it up for Vachara Wongwichit. In seat 3, one of the 2 players from the United States. He is from the Washington, D.C. area. Please put your hands together for Peter Kim. And in seat number 4, he is the only local remaining in the main event. He is considered one of the best of Vietnam, and he is a coach for the national team. Please make some noise for Julian Tran. In seat number 5, we have a player from the UK, the United Kingdom. Please give it up for Jack Ramsden. In seat number 6, the player from Down Under. Please give it up for John Perry. And in seat 7, one of the 2 players remaining from Japan. Please welcome Hayato Kitajima. In seat number 8, one of the top players from China. He previously won the APT championships in Taipei and hope to win the main event this time. Please give it up for Dong Chan. In seat 9, one of the 2 players from Japan, the Samurai Warriors. Please welcome to the stage, Satoshi Kuriga. And to fill the remaining seat at the final table, he is from San Francisco, California. Please make it very loud for Albert Gorelick. Before we get this final table started, I would like to pass the mic to our
VP of Poker Operations, Lloyd Fontillis.
All right, here we go, guys. We're at our final 9. And this event, guys, was such a success. I'd like to thank each and every one of you that traveled out to Phu Quoc here in Vietnam and supported this event. Again, this is just a glimpse of what's to come, our APT new era. We invite each and every one of you to participate at APT Taipei. A month to go for that event, guys. $1 million guarantee. Again, guys, this is the final 9 players of the main event. Before I get them started, we're going to take one last picture. And one last round of applause, guys, for our final 9 players of the main.
Please, guys, switch the TV, please. Can someone switch the TV, please?
All right, guys. Before we get you guys started, I'm just going to have you guys spin around, yeah? Spin around.
Floor?
You want them to stand up?
Need help on the floor, please? Switch the TV to final table, please.
Guys, sorry, one second.
Final table, please.
You can stand with me.
1 second, guys. Yeah, one more picture, sorry.
Jenny, let's turn around. Turn around, mate. Wait. Please, no, turn around. All right, here we go, guys. Once again, the final 9 players of the main event.
Well, how about it, Vidor? The stage has been set. The official final table of the Asian Poker Tour Phu Quoc main event is about to start. Bert's fans coming over to take a selfie at the feature table.
I love it. I love it so much. Away we go. What a cast of characters we have here. An absolutely incredible journey to get to this point. And we've been pretty fortunate, Henry, to learn pretty much the style of play of every player on the table, with the exception of one. We will, of course, be telling all of you, our lovely viewers, all about the players as time goes on. As it stands now, 9 players left, all playing for the top prize, 2.85 billion Vietnamese dong to first place. That's over 120,000 US dollars. You can see some of those payouts on the screen that the players will no doubt be consulting.
Good luck, guys.
Shuffle up and deal is the announcement.
Here we go. Everyone guaranteed 258 million VND. Of course, all of them will have their eyes on that top prize of over 120,000 USD, 2.85 billion. How about this for a final table? True cast of characters, as Vidor was alluding to earlier on, and also just the overall caliber of these guys.
A lot of different stack depths at play here. Of course, the chip leader coming in with 85 big blinds. Over 5 million chips is what he closed down the day with last night. That's seat 1, Albert Gorelick. Going down all the way to Dong Chen from China, seat 8, 9 big blinds only.
A lot of Burt fans in the chat over on YouTube, as to be expected. Honestly, you know, we're meant to remain impartial in the commentary booth, but these guys in the chat have kind of got me...
Don't do it, Henry.
Rooting for Burt.
Don't do it. Don't give them more fodder. They're just going to pummel you into submission here of being biased towards Burt. What a personality. Burt, of course, is apparently the go-to name for John Perry, the player in seat 6 from Australia. Closed out the day with 2.3 million in chips. This is his APT debut. Talk about making it a memorable one.
Yeah, fresh off a victory in Cambodia, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Very recent victory.
If things go according to plan, he will be crossing over $500,000 in live tournament winnings today. John Perry from Australia had a lot of his reel in chat last night, giving us fun facts about him, which just arms us with more information here in the commentary booth.
Do you think the yo-yo collection is a troll from the chat, or?
I didn't want to know. And look at that, Henry. We kick it off. The chip leader with aces. I mean, sometimes life is just too good, isn't it?
Is this the first hand of the final table? Just gets dealt aces?
Talk about a sign from the poker gods. Hey, buddy, this might just be your day.
Wow. Gorelick did have the goods, obviously, but with the 30-minute delay, maybe some eyebrows going to be raised out there. First hand, we see a 3-bet from the chip leader. Some real heavy ICM implications in effect as well for the likes of Pachara, Hayatu, John, all sat there in the middle of the pack, and there is obviously the presence of that 9 big blind stack they have to be concerned with.
I do want to talk about the journey of Pachara to this final table. Julian, the man in the black t-shirt on the right-hand side of the screen right now, twice got into the same cooler situation and was on the right side of it. Kings versus Ace-King. First, pretty much busted Anton, who at the time was possibly the tournament chip leader. Julian had pocket kings, Anton had Ace-King. Julian comes out ahead, doubles up. Towards the end of the day, kings again for Julian. This time Pachara on the receiving end of the bad news with the ace-king. And Pachara gets crippled down to maybe 5 big blinds. And wielded that short stack perfectly, might I say. Hovered around the 5, 7, eventually 11, 12 big blind mark. Finds ace-king on the button. Limp traps ace-king. Reels in a customer in the form of Deepak Bothra on the small blind, who shoves ace-3. Pachara calls it off, and here we are today, comfortably making the final table with 26 bigs. I mean, what a journey. What grit.
Yeah, it's funny. I want to say final 3 tables, or final 27, 28 or so. Julian obviously had that pocket 9s hand against Monica's ace-king. If you remember that huge flip for, I think at the time it was like 50 big blinds. And Monica put a post out on social just saying, like, you know, just to give you guys context of how important that flip is, you know, you win that flip and you make the FT basically. And yeah, we can see Julian here in the mix. A couple of big spots going his way. Obviously not to do him a disservice in any way.
Absolutely not. I mean, he's an extremely successful player, a regular on the APT circuit. Has 12 titles, including 2 APT titles. And let's not forget Pachara. approaching $2 million in live tournament cashes. 4 APT titles. Incredible, incredible talent. So the story of the hour might just be Albert, not just because the poker gods are blessing him with some card distribution. Pocket aces, ace-9 suited now. But simply because he is the biggest stack coming into the day. And when it comes to the final table of the main event, those payouts look mighty, mighty big. Which means, as the big stack, you can apply a lot of pressure, not just on the short stacks who don't want to bust, but on the middle stacks who don't want to bust before the short stacks. ICM is the name of the game. And from what it seems like, Albert might have come in with a plan here. I have a feeling he might have been raising it up even if he didn't have the goods.
Yeah, he is the chip leader by a considerable margin and currently has an opportunity to really lead into those middling stacks. Just kind of chip away at them whilst the short stack lingers.
The short stack, of course, for the moment, Dong Chen from China. Came in with 9 big blinds. Always a little uncomfortable to be sub 10 BBs. You really have to look at when the big blind comes to you, because of course you have to post the big blind that's 60K right now, and the big blind ante, which is also 60K. So you're putting in effectively 2 big blinds. That starts to hurt. And you really need to manage your jamming strategy based on the position. Dong, by the way, over $840,000 in live career cashes, including an APT Taiwan title.
Do you think he'll be joining us in Taipei?
Absolutely. After the cash here, how could he not? As Doyle Brunson always said, you play the rush, and if you make the final table of the APT Phu Quoc, you're certainly in a rush.
Are there any small things like that you believe in? Like, do you believe in like a good seat versus a bad seat kind of thing, or like a good dealer versus a bad dealer?
You know, Henry, that's such a great question because I try so much to be a hyper-rationalist in life. And yet, when it comes down to playing cards, certain superstitions creep their way into it. I'm not a big seed guy. I'm the guy who sighs every time somebody asks the deck to be changed for luck. But at the same time, if I had a good result wearing a certain type of sunglasses on one tournament, you better believe for the next 5 tournaments, I'm going to be wearing those sunglasses. Same with the scarf, same with the hoodie. You know how it goes. What about you?
The lucky hoodie, lucky scarf combo.
How about you?
No, I don't believe in any of it.
Just pure skill. Sometimes you have to make an offering to the poker gods, you know what I mean? You have to show your commitment.
So that's how things stand. This final table. A few short stacks in the mix. Could very quickly go from 9 to 7.
Speaking of sunglasses, by the way, let's not forget the all-in glasses that we see on the screen right here. Mr. John Perry rocking our friend and co-host Greg Goes All-In's merch. Those red all-in sunglasses, which, by the way, Henry, Greg has a tattoo in that color on his ankle of his own merch.
What, of his sunglasses?
Uh-huh.
Does he really?
He whipped it out in the booth yesterday, put it right here on the desk.
You know, that doesn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah, I know. I was fairly stoic in the face of brandishing such an aggressive merchandising tattoo. Just because it matches completely with Greg's personality. That's Greg Goes All In, of course, in case you don't know who we're talking about. He will be joining us in the booth later on today. YouTube sensation, poker meme lord, as he likes to say. Meanwhile, back to the action. Might have a situation brewing here.
Yeah, Hayato in the big, currently 4th in chips. Facing an open from the chip leader from early position. Going to defend with the ace-9, is dominated. Really annoying spot given the presence of the two sub-10 big blind stacks, but does flop the nut flush draw. You can see a lot of those clubs dead, however. Only 5 clubs remaining.
Pretty much a mandatory continuation spot for Albert, not just because he's the chip leader. With the king on the board, you have the pre-flop advantage of being the initial raiser from early position. Certainly a king is part of the range you can represent. But Hayato will not be going anywhere. Not flush draw. Extremely strong. And a raise pretty much out of the question, given that he is a middle stack. As you mentioned, a little frustrating. You're a little handcuffed because of the ICM pressure. And also maybe not Hayato's style from what I've observed yesterday. Very calm, very cool and collected customer. Really picks his spots for aggression and clearly makes it work to his advantage.
Well, 630 in the middle, going to this 4 of hearts turn. Action on Albert, does check behind. And how about the nuts on the river for Hayato? Finds the club. Unfortunately, Albert with just ace high. Not much value to be had for the Japanese player.
With the cash he will be accumulating today, he will be crossing $400,000 in his lifetime cashes. A wonderful milestone for him to achieve. Hayato, that is. As I was saying, Henry, I was super impressed with his play yesterday. He actually went maybe an hour without getting involved in a hand. And, you know, as a commentator, you tend to notice and maybe think, hey, maybe this person is playing a little bit passively. Maybe their strategy is to try and make it to the final table and that's it. But really wasn't the case once he stepped it up. Showed aggression in so many spots, made some hero calls, and tended to be right more often than not.
What is Albert thinking of doing here? Facing the river probe. Sub half pot river probe from Hayato.
Oh my.
Oh boy.
Oh my. It's Hayato's world and we just live in it. Gets bluff raised while having the nuts from the chip leader. Can you imagine the emotion inside Hayato right now?
You're on a final table, an APT main event. There's 121k up top. You've led on the river. After turn went check check and the chip leader is raising into you. I mean, this feels a bit like theory's gone out the window and we're just blasting here.
Yeah, I said Albert Gorelick might have come in with a plan, and it seemed like it didn't matter what was on the board. He wanted to execute that plan. That plan was pressure, that plan was aggression. He's picked the wrong spot here, but credit where it's due. I mean, it's not easy to make bluff raises on the river, whether you're the chip leader or not. Albert just gets the bad news with the all-in from Hayato, and this hand is over. Albert might Hollywood a little bit, of course. He's got to be throwing up inside.
Yeah, Hollywood to save face for a bit. As the ace-jack finds the mark, and that is a huge pickup for Hayato. Increasing his stack by more than half, or more than 50%. Up to 3.5 million. And now moves up to second in chips.
How quickly fortunes can turn on final tables. We have two stacks that are 10 big blinds and 9 big blinds. And in case you haven't been on a final table before, let me just tell you, being the middle stack is sometimes harder than being the short stack because of that ICM pressure. When you have two stacks at 10 and 9 big blinds, you want those sweet, sweet pay jumps. You want them to get eliminated so that you can make more money just by sitting there. And there is this element, Henry, of coming in on a new day to the final table. You've already adjusted to the almost 260 million Vietnamese dong you're guaranteed by being in 9th place. That's the new normal. You want some more. You need some more. You want that first pay ladder, that monkey off your back. That's exactly the dynamic I believe Albert was trying to take advantage of there by putting Hayato to the test. Happened to run into the nuts, but frankly would have worked more often than not, so I hope he keeps up the aggression, doesn't get too discouraged by that misfire.
Yeah, I mean, if he keeps up the aggression, we're in for a treat, because it could very quickly go from overwhelming chip leader to couple of chip leaders. But yeah, as Vidor was mentioning, you know, the likes of John Perry, or Bert Perry, the likes of Pachara, in a pretty grim spot at the moment due to the presence of Chen Dong sat on 9 bigs. Dong Chen rather, Peter Kiem sat on 10 big blinds. ICM cage, if you will. As Bert 3 bets button, V cutoff. Jack quickly folds the King Jack suited. No mucking about. Chat, those of you over on YouTube, those of you watching on Facebook and Twitch, let us know, firstly, whereabouts of the world you're tuning in from, and secondly, who you're rooting for. I know there are a lot of you rooting for Bert, so I can see it. But just in case there's people rooting for other players at this table, let us know. And if you could, do us a massive favor and obviously click that like button over on our YouTube video, so it really does help us grow the channel and grow the game, the great game of poker, to a wider audience.
By the way, Jack, looking to increase his total live career cashes by over 100% if he is to come first today. 75k in live career cashes, 120k up for grabs for first place. That would be a nice addition to his hand and bomb. Hayato finds Big Slick.
You're welcome to your table and start bagging your chips.
Honestly, feels like the entire main event, since we started coverage on day 2, we've just been spoiled for like legit hands. I don't want to jinx it, but so Albert with that misstep against the R2, it's now kind of dropped down to, well, he sat on 90 bigs at the start, now down to 70 big blinds, the R2 on 60.
I'm very curious what happens once the short stacks start getting in the mix. And when the short stack gets in the mix, it's usually a jam at the sub 10 BB level. That's when you see who's here to gamble. Whoa.
Oh, wow. Honestly, man, it feels like every hand is like ace king, aces, queens. But yeah, no, you're right. I mean, those short stacks don't really want to be min opening and, you know, allowing the big blind to defend cheaply.
And then I really want to see who even contemplates calling with marginal holdings. You'll get to see who's here to try and really gamble their way to a big stack because they think they know what to do with it. And those who want to be a little bit snug, maybe going for those pay jumps we were talking about. Especially in the booth where we can see the cards and we can see what players are contemplating calling with. Gives us a lot of insight into what we might be in for. And of course, eventually, Having the cards flipped up, running out of board with an all-in situation. That's the emotional roller coaster we're all here for. So we have been hearing from a few players, mainly thanks to the cards they're being dealt. Nobody getting too out of line yet, and as you might expect, I mean, early in the day, first few hands of the final table, it's understandable players want to adjust, get comfortable. They probably have played with over half the field on the journey to the final table, but there might be some new players that they want to familiarize themselves with. Dong Chen down to 6 big blinds. Certainly not going to be loving life. And we do hear from Satoshi, one of the players I said we hadn't heard from. King 6 suited on the button, knows what to do with it. Even with the big stack of Albert on the small blind. Albert defends with King 10, so...
Yeah, King 10-0 from the small. I feel like I would rather lean towards 3-betting out the small with a hand like King 10-0. But he's happy to just try and see a flop. Ace, Jack, 4, couple of hearts, 1 diamond. Backdoor diamonds, an option for Satoshi. Albert with the gut shot Broadway. The Broadway gut shot, rather. It's really important that Albert just stays composed, you know. It's very easy as the chip leader to come in to the day with all sorts of expectations on how things are going to play out, and if 1 or 2 hands don't go your way and all of a sudden you just start playing way too loose, or you're making mistakes post-flop against your opponents. 6-10 in the middle. Let's go check on the turn. That's the 6 of clubs, well, I'll tell you what. How about it? Even this, like...
It's a bluff. He's turned his hand into a bluff.
But it feels unnecessary.
Insta-call, too.
It feels unnecessary. Get snap called by the 6. Like, King 10 has so much showdown. Like, what are you trying to fold out? King Queen? Or am I just being incredibly results-oriented here? Like, you're never getting an ace to fold. You're never getting a pocket pair to fold. The fact that Satoshi is just snap-calling the river with a 6. Need to be careful, man. He's dropped down to 3rd in chips. The 2 Japanese players, 1st and 2nd.
Listen, we've all been there. As you mentioned, you lose a big pot, especially with that river bluff that he made, which, again, we give him massive props for. It really does get in your head. And there is this concept of being up-stuck that we were talking about yesterday. Yeah. The Phil Luck invented term. Usually applies to cash games. The idea being if you were, let's say, up $1,000 at one point, and now you're only up $500. The mind is tricky, man. It makes you start feeling as though you're down $500, not up $500, because of the difference from the peak. And as you said, coming in with the chip leader, there is this idea, I'm first in chips. Not only do I have to be the most aggressive person on the table, but I deserve to end up first place at the end of this.
Yeah.
And then once you lose that first spot, you feel upstuck from the peak amount of chips you had, and the mind is just trying to get you back to that number.
Yeah, the word deserve is a really good word to use in poker as well. It's so dangerous. It's such a dangerous, slippery slope.
Elke mentioned yesterday, the first rule of poker is that it's unfair. Here we go.
Well, Peter Kim
Albert
finding the jam spot for sub 10.
This is pretty interesting. There we go. He does call it off. I was going to say, maybe Albert could be a bit gun-shy, given the back-to-back hands that he's been on the short end of the stick for, but he knows what to do.
You see Pachara's reaction there, by the way.
Oh, I missed it.
Eyebrows raised. I don't know what that was insinuating, but...
I mean, Pachara is going to be anti-railing Peter, which is to say he really wants Peter to get eliminated. Likely going to end in a chop. There we go. The chop is confirmed.
Chop it up, boys.
But this idea of like anti-railing someone where you want them to get eliminated, you're just sitting there sending them all the negative vibes in the world to try and get the pay jump for yourself.
So that's how things stand. 7 nationalities represented at this APT Phu Quoc main event final table. It's the Japanese players, Hayato Kitajima and Satoshi Kuriga, out in first and second.
All right, here we go. High rollers.
Dong Chen
Double up and deal. 2 and 400.
playing 6 bigs. Gonna need to get his chips in sooner rather than later.
Definitely my favorite aspect of the APT, Henry. In case somebody's joining us for the first time today, the APT really is the most diverse venue to play poker. If you needed any evidence of that, just look at this table. 7 nationalities amongst 9 players. Only 2 sets of countries being repeated. Japan, as you mentioned, and the US with Peter Kiem and Albert Gorelik, both representing America, if you might use that word.
Yeah, and it's only going to get more and more diverse, especially with like Taipei around the corner, for example. They have online satellites over on Natural 8 from, I want to say, step satellites $3 into the $30 satellite, and it just allows people from all over the world to try and qualify into the event, if you will. And I think, yeah, Taipei is going to be just as, if not more diverse than this event.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's going to be at the biggest poker venue in Asia. It's going to be one of the biggest tournaments in Asia. Almost $1 million guarantee for the main event alone. Not to mention the host of side events. So if you're considering a poker venue this month, come join us in Taipei. $30 satellites on Natural 8 this Sunday. This coming Sunday, I should say.
Yeah, tomorrow night. Online day ones, and then the $30 10-seat guaranteed satellite. $30 with 10 seats guaranteed. It's pretty ridiculous. So it's a 1650 seat.
Amazing. By the way, I'm going to be playing that.
Are you going to flick it in?
Yeah, of course I'm going to flick it in. How else will I get into the main event?
You're meant to be doing commentary, mate.
Not if I get in the main event.
Wow.
Sign me out. Let's play some cards.
Wow. I see how it is.
And by the way, one of the great things is you can actually play day 1 online on Natural 8, wherever you might be in the world. Natural 8, of course, one of the biggest online poker destinations in the world. And then join day 3 directly, live. That's what Elke is going to be doing, by the way. He mentioned in the booth yesterday. Play day 1 online, make it to day 3, hop onto a flight, come to Taipei. And here we go. Dong Chen has finally found a hand he can go with. Under the gun +2. I mean, bit of a dodgy situation, but when those blinds and big blind antes are coming towards you, A7 is going to be good enough. And he gets it through, and that is going to be a relief for Dong. I mean, picking up those 2.5 big blinds. Look at that. Goes up to almost 9 big blinds. Huge difference between 9 and 6 big blinds. He is going to be at risk for losing 2.5 of them as the round of blinds complete. But man, oh man, what a relief. And now, go short stacks with Peter Kiem and Dong Chen, both at the 9 big blind mark. And all eyes are going to be on them, not so much from the bigger stacks, but my God, the middle stacks are just hoping and waiting for somebody to bust so that they can actually loosen up a bit. This is when those pay jumps start getting massive. There's a reason the ICM pressure is the maximum. When you're talking about 9th place, of course, guaranteed 258 million Vietnamese dong. And then a huge jump, almost 60 million, 326 million to 8th place. That's 2 buy-ins right there. Not to mention you've effectively 10x'd your buy-in if you finish 8th place. After that, things start getting serious. 467 million to 7th. 621 million to 6th. That's about 20xing your buy-in. Almost 800 million to 5th place, and that's when we reached the billionaire club. 1.01 billion to 4th place, 1.3 billion to 3rd place, 1.8 to 2nd, and of course 2.85. That's over 120,000 US dollars to 1st place. So John Perry in the mix, an extra R, I feel, in his last name on the graphic. Maybe that's how his friends say it when they're rooting for him.
The prolonged Perry chant. The additional R. Would love to see Bert run deep here. This main event has the live rail with him. Obviously has the support over on YouTube, Facebook and Twitch as well. Still 9 players remain. This APT Phu Quoc main event final table was once led by Albert, no longer the case. The 2 Japanese players taking the lead.
Dong Chen and Peter Kim will be keeping a close eye on those blinds as they head towards their dwindling stacks. But because of the big blind ante structure, which is to say that the big blind puts in the antes for the entire table, you do get to see a lot of free hands without putting in a single chip. And that's one of the considerations. There we go. Peter Kim lets his queen jack off go from the hijack.
That's disciplined.
And I think the fact that you get to see a lot more free hands could be a factor.
Jack gonna bump things up on the button. Hey, Hiato. Not even interested in defending his big. It's a pretty honest poker being played so far. I think with the presence of these 2 short stacks, sat on 9 big blinds, everyone else just really aware that even playing a single raise pot could get them in trouble. Some serious ICM effects coming into play.
We see Pachara on the right-hand side of your screen, seat 2. An absolute crusher, approaching $2 million in lifetime earnings. Finds a hand he can finally get busy with. King Jack suited.
But even this, Vidor, you know, it's +2, King Jack suited, you're opening off of sub 30, like, sure. We click the raise button, but we're opening into 7 players, and how about it? Dong Chen with his 8 big blind stack. Pachara asking for a count. I don't see him folding for this price. Fair fight, Vidor.
Indeed.
Dong Chen's slight favorite with the ace-queen-o. Potential ladder for everyone else. Although, that would mean Pachara accumulating more chips, and I tell you what, that is not the man you want nursing a healthy big stack.
You know, so often that is the case when a big stack is all in with a short stack, but
Uh-oh.
trust me, the rest of the table wants to see an elimination, and for that we'll need one of the 3 queens, and one of them has been eliminated as we see. So 2 outs for Pachara to eliminate Dong. That's not going to be one of them, and Dong has found the double up, and with that, Peter Kim is going to be the man who is now the clear short stack. I'll tell you what, he was certainly rooting for Pachara in that hand. So Dong has found a crucial double up, fairly comfortable now at the 18 big blind range. Pachara has dented his stack a fair bit.
Well, yeah, I mean, with that, Dong practically ties with Pachara, overtakes Julian Tran. There we go. Look how tight it is down there at the bottom. Pachara now down to 20 bigs. But John kind of handcuffed as things stand.
And all eyes on Peter. I'm telling you, man, that tension of the first elimination, you know, it's very palpable sometimes. You just don't want to come in and have made no progress today. You want that extra bonus just for showing up. Everybody's trying to avoid being the first one out. Peter Kim, of course, is the one most likely at risk with 9 BBs. But once we see the first elimination, that's when things really loosen up. We did see Albert Gorelick come in with this plan of being the big stack, being the table captain. Ended up getting hurt a bit and has sort of slowed down since then. Dong Chen with the newly acquired chips and King Queen suited. Seems to be contemplating some moves here. If he's been paying attention, he knows Patrick is very likely to be raising fairly light. We've seen, by Patrick I mean Jack, of course, being his first name. Dong gets it all in and actually gets the quick fold from Jack. And this is a common story that was being told yesterday. Jack raising, maybe latish position. Getting 3-bet jammed and getting folded, and I wonder if that was part of the calculus Dong had been noticing throughout the day. Jack making those moves. Really great time 3-bet all in by Dong there. Very impressive awareness of the game. It's not easy to put yourself at risk right after you doubled up with only King Queen suited when there's a short stack still left to be eliminated. But Dong just had perfect awareness of where he was at and a great read on his opponent. Very well played, sir. The deck continues to gift short stacks with good holdings. Pocket queens, exactly what Peter's looking for, and it's going to look like a light shove considering he's under the gun +1, which means the blind was headed his way. He's hoping for a marginal hand to call him off here. Certainly will be looking for some action with a hand as strong as queens, although the pickup of 2.5 big blinds in the middle is not too shabby. So one of the players we get to hear from, Julian Chan, I believe. Otherwise a fairly active player on the table, hasn't got the card so far, and is one of those shorter, middle-ish stacks now down to 15 big blinds. Can't really do much unless you get a decent hand, thanks to the ICM pressure.
Yeah, not much wiggle room for him now. Peter going to be in the big blind next hand. Something for the players to keep in mind.
The players might have to mentally strap themselves in here because, after all, Dong Chen now a comfortable middle stack. Came in as the short stack. And Peter Kim with the pickup above the 10 big blind mark.
Well, how is it? It feels like, you know, we're 18 hands into this final table. We've had aces, what, 2 times?
Yep.
Queens 2 times. All sorts going on. Does 3-bet. You can see that Jack obviously won't be getting involved with the 6s or won't be continuing. One would assume, although they are relatively deep.
Jack, by the way, might have had enough. And there we go. We see the call. I mean, not only is he chasing the set, Henry, he's been getting 3-bet a lot. And he's been folding his marginal holdings. Might want to take a stand here.
Oh, either side of the 6s, the king 7-5. What a tease from the dealer and the deck. The R2 ace of spades in hand on the spade diamond board. Next snap fold from Jack as they are up to 4 million in chips now. I believe that makes him the chip leader. Overtaking his fellow countryman by just north of a big blind.
How incredible. We have a new chip leader already in the form of Hayato. He's almost doubled the stack that he came in with.
Right.
Thanks to a few choice holdings, some great bots.
Well, you know, the river nut flush and
the bluff raise.
the bluff raise.
Julian under the gun with king queen off. I suspect this is the time to get involved. He's been very patient, but can't feel too comfortable. 8 players behind you. When you've been quiet this long, Henry, there is this element of just feeling like you deserve, to use that word again, deserve some respect when you finally open up. You're hoping people have been paying perfect attention to you, and they'll give you a lot of credit for opening under the gun.
This is one of the rare raise folds from Julian. Also important to note that he is opening into the short stack as well, so nice little pick up there. 18 bigs, tied with Vichara. From an ICM perspective, that's about as grim as it could get for Jack and John. Kind of sat in the middle of the pack and really can't be getting involved too much now.
Absolutely. And I do miss the gumption that Albert, the chip leader coming into the day, showed in the first few hands. Clearly he had come into the plan to be the table captain. As it stands right now, I think the table captain position is completely up for grabs. Hayato, of course, is the one who is now technically the chip leader. But just basing it off Hayato's plays. There we go, Henry. 2 black aces once again. I mean, is this the day of the aces? Nothing distracts you like seeing 2 beautiful pocket aces pop up on the screen.
Well, especially from early position with 7 players behind left to act. See if anyone wakes up with something. 9-4 offsuit, not going to cut it for our chip leader coming into the day.
Disappointing.
That is disappointing.
I meant for us, not just for...
Well, from an entertainment point of view, you know, that is disappointing.
But just to finish that thought, now that the chip count is up on the screen, 4 million for Hayato, the chip leader, followed now by Satoshi. I was just saying the table captain spot is up for grabs in the sense that Hayato's style doesn't really seem to be one to bully. It's a very solid. He had the lowest VPIP, not that we were keeping count in the graphics, but I could certainly tell. He had the lowest VPIP yesterday. That means voluntarily put in pot. Just
Wait, who did? Bert?
Hayato.
Hayato, okay.
Bird on the other hand. I just mean as the chip leader, you're not always going to be the table captain. And so if anybody wants to really wield their stack, really use that ICM pressure that we've been talking about to bully some of the middle stacks, now's the time. With a couple of clear short stacks, that's when you have the most pressure, and that extra pressure of not wanting to be the first one out. These are the small edges you have to take advantage of, especially in live tournaments. There's so many dynamics at play, so many variables to account for. Hayato continues running over the table. The man simply does not lose spots, it seems.
So 45 minutes into the day. That's how things stand here at the APT Phu Quoc main event final table.
3 big stacks, 3 middle stacks, 3 short stacks.
The Japanese out in front.
Hayato also has the winner, winner, winner branding behind him. Talk about signs.
Well, that is quite literally a sign, Vidor.
That's a great point. I wish I thought of that before I said it. I wish that was intentional, the pun.
Albert, not the best start to this final table, but still very healthy. 57 big blinds. Opening in to John Perry's big, who is going to defend. Spades dominated. Oh, 10-10-7. John flopping best, but Albert still with 34% equity. A few options on the table here for John.
Fold is not one of them. You don't call 7-4 in the blinds to fold 10-10-7 on the flop. He decides to proceed with the call.
Well, 7 of clubs on the turn, giving John the check mark. Albert drawing to a chop.
How about just binking it? Feeling extremely comfortable in the hand. A 10, of course, could be part of Albert's range, but with 2 of them on the board, feel a lot better about having the best of it when you have bottom full house there.
John actually got a lead into Albert.
I don't know about that decision. I mean,
did he just say raise?
Can I retract what I said a second ago?
Wow. Albert just not one to deal with players betting into him well. Second big misstep this final table so far, although, I mean, this could work. Don't want to say it like it's preordained that he's going to lose the hand, but
there is a scenario in which Albert wins the hand. John is not going to be the most comfortable customer here, but he is going to continue after all. He has a full house. And mind you, if Albert had a 10, I sincerely doubt he would be raising. If you have a full house in Albert's shoes and somebody's donked into you, you're calling just to keep the other person's bluffs alive. Wow.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing here, Vidor.
John needs to think this through. I'm almost afraid to look at the YouTube chat because they must be going crazy, but really, the only question is, does Albert have a 10? And easy for me to say looking at the cards, but is a 10 ever playing this way? If anything, John might think that a chop is likely, considering the aggression that Albert has shown and the spot that we're in. You tend to think that your opponent is not just bluffing with air that often.
This would be for the chip lead, if I'm not mistaken.
What is going on here, Henry? What are we witnessing?
Oh my word, he's made the call. John Perry is the new chip leader. And Albert, who came in today 1 of 9, has now dropped down to 8 thin chips.
Love it. Bert giving a huge shout out to his rail. He is the new chip leader. 83 bigs, a 5 million chip stack, probably the first to cross the 5 million mark. Albert sitting in understandable shock, and the rest of the table. Albert gives a what are you gonna do to Pachara, but certainly were options for things he could do. Listen, I will never ever do anything but commend having really the stones to go all in on a bluff there, but Albert doesn't deal with people betting into him, as you correctly pointed out, Henry. Picked the wrong spot. I think the decision was fairly easy for John. Well, not easy, it's never easy at this stage, but that huge raise on the turn simply does not add up to having top full house, which is the only thing John really needed to be afraid of. As a result, makes the right decision, flicks in the chip, gets the good news and is now the new chip leader. 5 million in chips for the Aussie. Let's have those Aussie flags in chat. If ever there was a time to do the Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi chant, this might be it. And this is going to be an absolute wrench in the otherwise calm and honest poker dynamic we've been witnessing so far on the table. Clearly, the table realizes that Albert is capable, I'm not going to call it tilting, but certainly getting frisky after losing a few pots, and that was a big one to lose. So all eyes are going to be on Albert to maybe spew a few more chips, considering the situation he's found himself in, I should say. And what do you know? Right as I lay out that whole dynamic, Albert wakes up with the goods, makes the raise everybody I am sure is expecting him to make.
Yeah, note the sizing as well.
Huge raise.
The 3.6x. See if anyone wakes up with something behind. Yatu in the big, Queen 10-0. Chat absolutely loving that hero call from John. New chip leader with 9 left. The Asian Poker Tour Phu Quoc main event. I got a funny feeling we're going to be seeing more from Bert at future APTs. Upcoming event in Taipei that we mentioned, the 30 million Taiwanese dollar guaranteed. Wow, look at those chip stacks, man. I mean, Pachara, Albert, Dong, all kind of handcuffed, if you will, as things stand.
Well, that hand will make the highlight reel for sure.
Oh, yeah.
John Perry, known as Bert, of course. So Bert versus Albert. Fortunately, not going the way of Albert Gorelick there. But love the gumption. C-bet the flop, get donked into on the turn, raise it up, then fire that effective triple barrel on the river. Just all in. Give the stare down too. Safe to say he's woken up everybody on the table who might have been an autopilot. There's some serious poker to be played here.
Yeah, I want to give Albert credit where credit's due because he seemed to know exactly what John's range looked like, and the fact that he put John on that range and followed through on the river on the final table as well, with everyone watching.
Absolutely fearless, which is one of the best qualities you can have, especially in tournament poker. No matter what happens today at this table, I have a feeling with that kind of fearlessness, Albert is going to be a force to be reckoned with on whatever poker table he ends up at. Perhaps Taipei. We have been talking so much about ICM pressure, Henry, and Albert's move was sort of the ultimate ICM pressure test. He was asking John Perry, hey, there's a few short stacks and even a few middle stacks with fewer chips than you.
Yeah.
Are you sure this is the hand, buddy?
Yeah, do you really want to go home in 9th? You're comfortably in the middle of the pack. I mean, we keep speaking about ICM and whatnot, but we now have the 3 overwhelming chip leaders, and then Jack, who is in 4th, sat on 33 bigs. He's kind of the only player to be in the middle of the pack, quote unquote. And then a big drop-off to Albert, Dong, Pachara. Sub 21 big blinds. And obviously Peter Kim, shortest stack by a considerable margin. How about that for a flop? King 10-8. Open-ender for John. Top pair for Satoshi. Doesn't want to turn kings and nines, to tell you that much.
Interesting dynamic once again. John, the new chip leader. Might just look like he's putting his newfound chips to work without having a hand. Does have the Broadway draw, open-ender. A beautiful brick for Satoshi. Exactly the kind of card you want to see. And now it's John's turn to decide whether he wants to apply some pressure. This is exactly the kind of spot where you can get out of line. 3.6 million for Satoshi. You have 5. And he does decide to put Satoshi to the test. You love to see it. Pretty big bet, 400 into 590. Satoshi acting quickly like he has throughout. Makes the call, and this spot is ballooned up to 1.4 million. No dice for John on the river, but it does spare the 10.
All right, gentlemen, players and dealers, on main event, day 1A, the blinds are up 200, 300, 380.
John gives up.
Yeah, waves the white flag. Does have some showdown with Queen Jack, but obviously...
Absolutely, he beats pretty much most draws that don't have a pair with them. Jack 9 comes to mind, 9-7. With the club coming on the turn, some smaller club draws possible as well. 7-6, for instance, maybe of clubs. And of course, with Queen Jack, he's blocking the hands he wants his opponent to have. Queens and Jacks would be a huge part of most of the drawing range that Satoshi could have had there. Wisely decides to give that one up. So a dent in the stack already of the new chip leader. And Satoshi sort of cruising his way at the top of the leaderboard. Making it look easy. Quick calls. Always intimidating to have your opponent call you quickly. Back in the day, it used to signify them having a draw. If only poker was that easy now. All the birdie fans in the chat, do us a favor and hit like on the stream that you're watching. We're at a measly 15 likes. That is unacceptable, guys.
Level 28 here in the final.
I kid, of course. If you could generously hit like, that would help us.
No, you're right. The word is measly. Oh boy, Albert with a legit hand. Moves all in with the 10s. Blinds going up at the end of this hand, by the way, to 40,000, 80,000. Hayatu cannot ask for a count.
Honestly, in isolation, this hand can go a certain way. There we go, he makes the call, but given that Albert has this image of being slightly spewy and tilty right now, 9s is certainly going to get in the middle there. And Albert has put himself in a good spot. Come back in the leaderboard here, 2.6 million in the middle.
Stay in the race.
Absolutely dominating the 9s of Hayato.
King on the window, 8 and deuce. 10s of Albert are still ahead. We're off to the turn.
one of Hayato's
Third
nines.
card, 6 of diamonds.
Oh, he's actually dead now.
Needs to avoid a 9 to stay alive, and the river card is a jack, and Albert will double up.
Once again, Peter Kiem looking and now smiling. Slightly disappointed. Was hoping to get that pay jump that he's been grinding it out for. I'm not saying he's grinding it for the pay jump, but it would be nice.
I mean, this is really exciting now because Albert's got chips again. Albert's got chips. John and Satoshi, the overwhelming chip leaders now. He kind of moves up to tied in third with the other Japanese player.
Albert seems like he's the table captain even when he's a short stack. What a presence. Talk about spicing things up at the poker table. Within the first level, the kind of swings Albert, coming in as the chip leader, has had. It's just incredible to think about. One big bluff raise on the river. Another big bluff raise on the turn, followed by a river jam. Lost both of them. Undeterred, though. And let's not forget Hayato, who had taken the chip lead, has faced a serious dent to his stack. Now a middle stack. Dong Chen raises into the big blind of a fellow short stack in the form of Pachara, who does defend 7-6 off. It's pretty interesting. Pachara was, I mean, dare I say, basically a genius at navigating with a short stack yesterday. And making these calls and trying to just catch a piece of the board was part of that strategy. It's completely whiffed, of course, and I expect the hand to be over fairly quickly. It just goes to show that Pachara as well is not really waiting for Peter Kiem to bust before him. Wants to put himself in the best shot at winning this. But with that hand, Dong actually gets a tad more comfortable. Now at the 18 big blind mark, started off the hand at around the 13. Which means all eyes on Peter Kiem once again, down to 7 big blinds, followed by Pachara at 10. This is what final tables are all about. Navigating this dynamic of short stacks, middle stacks, and table bullies. I'll tell you what, sorry to interrupt, Henry, but I was just saying, what the table doesn't want to see is Albert with more chips.
It's like a bull in a china shop.
Absolutely.
An absolute wrecking ball. And those are the guys, like you said, you've really got to be careful of because they do have the bluffs that you maybe wouldn't expect them to have, and sometimes, as with anyone, they sometimes wake up with value as well. So, I don't know, man. I feel like seeing Albert with more chips from an entertainment point of view would be really good for us.
He apologizes, or rather says, I'll be nice, and folds his absolute rags on the button. Which usually is simply a signal that says, hey, I only raise when I have it, and next time I raise on the button, you better fold.
See how Pachara wants to navigate this small blind v big blind spot. 10-5-0, I mean, it's about as raggy as it could get. Yeah. Just lets it go.
Would not have worked. Peter had the goods. Good time to get a walk, by the way. When you have 7 big blinds on the big blind, you put in 2 of them, you're down to 5, and you get a walk?
Yeah,
that's
it's now tied with Pachara, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's its own form of run good.
31 hands into the day. Chip leader John Perry from Australia, loving life at the moment after making arguably hero call of the tournament so far, at least from what we've seen on the feature tables.
Putting that big stack to work, King 7 suited, under the gun +1. Certainly a loose open.
Right, APT, high rollers, round number 2. Your blinds are up.
And Julian has a hand that
500 ante, round number 2.
is going to really
APT, high
put him
rollers event.
in a tough spot. It makes it look easy to simply call, but of course Peter Kiem, also Pachara, are two fellow short stacks.
Yeah, this is really grim. I mean, you're looking at a +1 open. Sure, it's the chip leader, but still have to give this range some credit. It does just make the call.
Hoping to smash the flop and only then commit more chips, but it's tough to smash flops. So we see the ICM pressure in play already. That is a smashed flop though. Top pair, top kicker for Julian. He's going to be feeling a lot more comfortable in this hand. That being said, under the gun +1 certainly could include a ton of overpairs.
Yeah, that 9 of clubs in the window had me on the edge of my seat. It's a rainbow board. Julian still wants to protect against, you know, the 6 outs of the world. The king jacks, king queens, queen jacks, ace king, ace queen. Although he doesn't hate an ace rolling off. Would get to cooler John.
I mean, we have a real situation here, Henry. Julian can just say, screw it, ICM pressure be damned. I have top pair, top kicker, and there's 535 in the middle. And that is actually what he does. All in. If you have an overpair, you have an overpair, but I have top pair, top kicker, backdoor hard draws, I should say.
Oh, a huge pickup there for Julian. So Bert back down to second in chips. They're losing a couple of pots.
Chip leader at the moment, Satoshi. Did seem like from the body language Hayato had found something he was interested in. Puts the cards on the RFID reader. Lays out an opening bet. Albert seems like he's the man to get through in pretty much every hand. Can only breathe a sigh of relief once he's folded. And credit to Peter, by the way. It's just been so composed throughout this final table and, of course, the last 3 days as well. No surprise, of course, from a player of his caliber, and he's well known for crushing it, whichever table he finds himself on. Still on the hunt for his first live title.
7 high flop. Music to Hayato's ears. 3 undercards. It's going to fire out C-bet, unfortunately for him. A snap fold from Jack. Still no elimination here, Vidor. This APT Phu Quoc main event.
But plenty of action and plenty of all-ins. Way more than I'd expect, and certainly not the stacks I'd expect to be all in. All thanks to the man in seat 1, Albert Gorelik. Came in as a chip leader, still has above 30 big blinds.
You know, as a Brit, very envious of the Aussie accent. It's a great accent.
It really is. And by the way,
This makes everything sound so cool.
Greg of Greg Goes All In fame apparently did his kids' TV broadcasting in an Aussie accent. Played an Aussie character. I obviously asked him to whip out the accent, and hey, what do I know? I was convinced. When you have him in the booth, you know what to ask for, because we have an Aussie rail, and they'll be able to judge his accent in the chat.
Greg scares me. Peter Kim. Down to 7 bigs. It's woken up with ace queen O. Staring down the barrel of the open from Satoshi. Satoshi going to be priced in.
We've seen this story before. Ace Queen versus King Jack of Hearts. As you correctly said, Satoshi's priced in, but
Yeah, especially with the blinds up to 40,000, 80,000.
he knows he's likely not ahead. He could easily be flipping. Plenty of players in his spot choose not to take the gamble.
Wow,
There we go.
that's absurd.
I don't know, Henry. I'm not that surprised. You know, sometimes when you know you're never ahead, you really want to maintain that chip lead and use it to win pots uncontested instead of when people fight back.
Yeah, but it's getting better than 2-1 on a call. Like, wow. Right, Peter will take that all day.
And the rest of the table must be pretty annoyed that Satoshi didn't call it off. Everybody hoping for that first spade jump. Peter was the smallest stack. Now a lot more comfortable than he was a moment ago. Wow, Satoshi telling the table what he folded. I'm not sure how I feel about that. There's pretty much no upside in doing that. I mean, you've just given short stacks the information that they can jam light against you and you'll make relatively big folds. Satoshi might be better off keeping his cards closer to his chest. Metaphorically speaking, of course.
I'm pretty shocked at that, but it is a final table. There's 2.85 billion Vietnamese dong up top. Was that ace-10 of spades into the mark? We're seeing some tight poker being played here. Ace-10 I can get behind from the small, but still.
It's the pot odds that bothers you, right?
Well, yeah. That's
Hayato with the best of it in multiple ways. Pocket 7's good for now. Also the best flush draw, or the only flush draw. 7 high. Tong Chen, about a 3 SPR. Stack to pot ratio, that is. Can decide to start telling a story here. Indeed, that's what he does. Min bet.
Yeah, this bet designed to just fold out everything that doesn't contain a club or a pair. And even hands like 5x, 8x are going to really struggle across multiple streets.
increasingly common, that one big blind continuation bet.
Yatu now picking up an open-ender on the turn. Dong has to be careful with his 15 big blind stack.
In an ordinary circumstance, it's a good spot to take a stab because you get that leverage on your bet. You can bet 3 or 4 blinds, set yourself up for a river sizing. You don't need to make the actual river bet, but your opponent facing that bet needs to look at your whole stack and be a little bit worried. That might be exactly what he's doing here. But I was going to say, there is, of course, that ICM pressure we keep talking about, and preserving a 15 big blind stack versus having an 11 big blind stack, that's a huge difference. Not exactly ICM suicide, as they say. Aggression, always a good idea. But man, those 280k chips, in case he loses them here, they're worth a lot more than gaining the 400 or 500 in the middle. I know it sounds unintuitive, but that's the craziness of tournament poker and ICM. You'd rather preserve your stack than win a lot of chips sometimes.
Yeah, especially against the big blind range as well. He's going to have more flushes, more 2 pairs. 9 of hearts on the river, just in case Hayatu was up against a hand like aces, kings, ace-king. Now river's the straight. 1.2 million in the middle. Uh-oh. Here's Dong Chen going to wave the white flag. He does eventually give up.
Bit disgusted. And credit to Hayato for making the call in the turn and then checking the river. I mean, played the hand perfectly. You talk about getting maximum value out of your 7s. Called and strung along his opponent. Got 2 bluffs out of it.
Wow. Look at the bottom of the pack. 4 sub-15 big blind stacks now.
It's actually good for entertainment because when the ICM pressure increases, that's when crazy things happen. When you have 4 short stacks, anything is possible. The amount of pressure you can put on your opponents, especially before the first bust out, my God. You're really asking people, hey man, got a good night's sleep. We're about an hour and 20 minutes into the day. And now do you want to go home without any extra money? Without that sweet, sweet pay ladder? Peter Kiem under the gun +3, excuse me. Pocket 4s. Not a clear decision, mind you. Does have 11 bigs. It's enough to see a couple more rounds fairly comfortably. There we go, lets it go. Good discipline shown there. Can't risk somebody waking up with a call, with a hand that must call, such as pretty much any pocket pair if he shoves. Right as I said that, there's a hand that would have called, and a pocket pair. So great timing by Peter Kiem, letting those 4s go.
Vidor, don't ever call it under the gun +3 again, please.
Oh, my apologies.
How dare you? It's a commentator.
I get confused sometimes, you know.
It's the low jack.
The low jack. But we're 9-handed, sometimes we're 8-handed. I get it. It's my job.
It shifts. No, I'm joking. The graphics say under the gun +3.
Yeah, it's for the viewers. It's not like I was confused. I just did not want to confuse the viewers.
Right. You're right. I believe you. Some amazing numbers, by the way, over on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. Really do appreciate the support. Appreciate the engagement in the chat, as always. Do let us know where in the world you're tuning in from. Who you're rooting for. I know there's a lot of Aussies out there right now, so I'm going to throw this to the Australians that are currently watching. For my first visit to Australia, where should I go? And secondly, obviously, I'm missing the Australian Grand Prix this week, or weekend. But should my first trip be for the Australian Open the Tennis Australian Open or next year's Australian Grand Prix. Have you been to Australia, Vidor?
Not yet. Certainly on my list.
Should we go together?
I'd love to.
Let's do it. Let's see if John wins this.
Yeah. Let's see if we can demand some sort of recompense for our work in the booth here.
Elizabeth Kelly saying, enjoying the commentary from Melbourne. Love that. Jada Pook saying, let's go, Bert. I'm kind of annoyed at myself that I haven't made it out to Australia yet. Wow, Pachara. Perfect timing. It's the short stack to wake up with a legit hand. Currently sat 9 of 9 with 10 bigs. See if anyone behind wakes up with a hand that can call this 815k jam. Wow, Bert looks interested.
Uh-oh.
That's why. A couple of black nines.
That hand goes from being a maybe call to a must call. When you think about that dynamic of where the blinds are, Chara shoving a 10 big blind stack right before the big blind and big blind ante comes on him, his range is going to be a little bit looser than you otherwise might expect from under the gun.
Yeah. Well, Bert does make the call. It's in rough shape. Though both flush draws are live for John.
The whole table is so excited now that John has called it off, but when the hands get flipped over, once again, we find the short stack having the best of it pre-flop.
Right, all in call, Pachara. Jacks over nines, this Pachara.
We may be here for the next 16 hours, Fedora, at this rate. I don't know.
And we mean that in a good way, Henry.
8, Jack 3, 7.
Jack high flop, a couple of clubs, and those nines wrapped around the Jack 8.
Not a bad flop, to be honest.
Oh my word.
The spiciest card in the deck.
Flush draw.
Uh-oh.
Is that too many outs?
Club. Queen 7 to eliminate.
Chara must be sick to his stomach, just hoping for a brick.
You say 4, and
Brick it is.
Pachara will double up.
Oh, Bachara, that's not true. We are rooting for you, mate. Imagine flopping top set and that's the turn card and your opponent just goes from like running quads to now picking up heaps of equity. But that really shifts things. Again, one of the short stacks doubling. More importantly, one of the chip leaders dropping down to middle of the pack.
There we see it, the Japanese players just dominating the top of the leaderboard. Satoshi still in first place. Hayato now tied with John Perry essentially for second in chips.
How about it? Damo said, do the Australian Open and then also go to Adelaide and do the Barossa Valley, best red wines in the world. Damn, it's like you know me.
Very cool.
That sounds like
a good time.
A real treat.
And here we go. We see the Thai pop up in chat.
Oh, yeah.
I was obviously disappointed to not really know what most of the chat was talking about while cheering for Pachara yesterday. But I love to see it, and I certainly can understand what emojis are, so keep them coming.
You speak any Thai, Vidor?
Not one bit.
Not a single bit? Do you want to learn how to say hello to the Thai people?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know how to?
Sawadee krap.
Oh, Swatika, yeah, I have heard that. A lot of my friends went to Thailand.
That's the only thing they learned, was it? It's like, hello.
And they treated a lot of women in India with that greeting afterwards.
What, when they came back?
When they came back. It's the one thing they picked up. I think they've just gotten used to saying it to women in Thailand.
Oh, okay.
They're continuing the pattern.
I gotta respect it.
Swadika. Sure, I'm butchering it. But I hope to go there soon. Learn more. I asked the people in chat yesterday, hey, I can't understand what you guys are talking about. Just give me a sense. What are you guys talking about? So there were so many messages coming in. And somebody was nice enough to just clarify and say, we're fighting. That sounds like YouTube chat, all right?
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Kathy Castle over on the Asian Poker Tour Facebook page saying watching Bert from Brisbane, Australia. I always forget how big Australia is as well.
So Peter Kiem, a lot more comfortable it seems. Understandably. Jack finds a hand, and by the way, I did talk to him before the start of the table today. Spelled Jacques, but he does go by Jack. You were, of course, calling him by his middle name for a chunk of the day yesterday, Patrick. Appreciate the graphics making our lives easier by not confusing us. We do go family name or last name first on the graphic. Common in Asia. Another story of the day, Henry. Jack opening and getting 3-bet. And by the way, always finding the quick fold. It's almost a exploitative fold every time because, of course, he has had decent hands that you could argue he wants to continue with.
He's had legit hands.
But he's making the absolutely correct fold, understanding the nature of this table. We haven't seen too many 3-bets that were out of line. Perhaps not even a single one, at least pre-flop. Saw some crazy 3-bets by Albert there, here and there. Still smiling, comfortable. Jack.
Yeah, it's been a rough stint at this final table for Jack. And every time he's had a legit hand to open with as well, it's pretty frustrating.
Actually, I do remember Jack getting slightly frustrated yesterday in a similar scenario. It wasn't that he was folding to 3-bets, but he'd been card dead for a while. Of course, as commentators, every time the camera is closed up, we get to observe all sorts of micro-expressions. And I sensed some frustration in Jack. Afterwards, he got pretty loose and started opening pretty wide. Now, despite all the folding he's had to do, he seems to be in a good mood. I don't sense that frustration. Sense he understands he's here for the long haul. He's coming with a totally different mindset. And therein lies the difference between a long day, you know. When I say yesterday he was that frustrated, I'm talking 8 hours into the day. Fatigue setting in,
right.
Third day. He's had the chance to go back home, center himself, come in with a game plan for this final table. Seems to be executing it perfectly so far.
Wow, well executed from Julian. Taking the spot.
Talk about not letting the ICM pressure get to you as well. Willing to deal with the variance, but taking the spot, as you correctly said, with his ace-10 off, 3-bet jams, gets it through. Understands that the chip leader could be opening fairly wide in late position. Sometimes experience just shows, doesn't it, Henry? Julian's been there, done that.
Yeah, one of the best Vietnamese players in recent memory. Got Harry over on YouTube saying hi from Malaysia. Shout out to all of the Malaysians watching the APT. Yulim saying Thailand should have this tournament in Phuket. Happily. I wouldn't need to get on a plane.
Excellent idea.
Just get on my motorbike, rock up, do commentary, and then ride home.
Satoshi, still the chip leader. Ace-10 off in the low jack, as you said, Henry. Under the gun +3 on the graphic. bumps it up. You love to see it. Except the timing might be slightly off here. John having pocket jacks, and Julian wakes up with kings.
Oh my word.
Here
Did
we
he have
go.
kings twice yesterday against Ace King?
Indeed, and it worked out perfectly both times. Got it all in with monster pots.
Well, if there's ever a world where John gets away from this setup, this is going to be it. He's open from under the gun. Low jack has 3-bet. Julian from the small blind, moving all in. So the cold 4-bet out of the small. John going to ask for a count.
What a situation. If Satoshi had taken the conservative route, maybe called his ace-10 off, or even folded, something he could have considered, we know how this hand would have gone. Julian all in, John always calling. Now John has to worry about the stack, and the only stack really that has him covered. That is 3-bet him. He certainly cannot go all in over the top without worrying about what Satoshi might have. A proper 3-bet that was, by the way, to 450k, representing a lot of strength.
Oh,
Wow.
well played, sir.
Satoshi
Oh, wow. He makes the call.
Didn't he fold King Jack earlier?
Hang on a minute. I'm so confused, but he does have the key card. The Ace of Hearts. The overcard to Julian's Kings. 5 cards to come. Take a bow, Bert, by the way. Bert Perry folding the jacks. Oh my word.
The moment you said it,
Oh my word.
I expected it. I knew it'd be in the window. I didn't even think it'd be anywhere else.
That
I knew
is
it'd be in the window.
absurd. What is happening so far this tournament? The 3 of diamonds does present a gut shot
Needs to avoid an ace
for Satoshi.
to stay alive, and the river card
Ace or a deuce, whoever's calling out the action.
is the
6
6
of
of
clubs.
and
Wow.
Julian will
Wow. Satoshi, with his 3-bet, has effectively rescued Julian from busting the tournament. He would have been all in Kings versus Jacks. Bert Perry would have comfortably bad beat Julian with his trip jacks. As it stands, Satoshi making a questionable call for an extra million in chips. We saw him fold when it came back around to him with King Jack suited, when he had to call off maybe 300 to win 600 in the middle. Some crazy things going on at this table, all of which amount to nobody being busted, which means the 6 players not involved in that hand must have been staring at it in shock. You do notice some laughs and smiles, but at the same time, you do notice some questionable expressions, some disappointed glares, perhaps. Everybody's still waiting for that first spade jump, for that first bust out. But my word, what a situation that was. And with that, Satoshi, the erstwhile comfortable chip leader, has been crippled.
Yeah, he's down to 4th in chips. There's some insane ICM pressure on some of these middling stacks now. Dong and Peter, both sub-10 big blinds.
Dong takes the spot with ace-9 off. Not really a comfortable situation to be in as you wait for players to see what they have behind you. Hope they don't wake up with anything. It's tough to get called by worse with ace-9, but can end up dominated very often. Not in this case. So Dong, bit more comfortable than he was a second ago, now that he has picked up those 2.5 big blinds in the middle, which means Peter Kiem now the clear short stack with 9 BBs. Hayato Haven't heard from him in a while. But he is the new chip leader.
Yeah.
Thanks to Satoshi going down in chips.
I can't believe what's happened so far this final table. I mean, this is just ludicrous. Absolute scenes.
Kicked off by Albert with a couple of crazy pots.
Yeah. Talking of Albert, looks like he's going to get involved here with a couple of kings. Every hand, Vidor, with 43 hands in, every hand seems to be a legit hand.
If this is a sign of things to come, I'd strap myself in. This is going to be a fun one. Don't go anywhere.
So our chip leader is going to defend.
Just in case you haven't figured it out yet, red chips worth 100,000, blue 25, yellow 5s.
That's a fun flop. Queen 5-3 rainbow. One overcard to Hayato's middle pair. Some backdoor potential against a very aggressive Albert Gorolik. Continues for just north of half pot. A sizable pot brewing, 900k in the middle. Albert the effective stack with 1.9 as well, Vidor. 7 of hearts now gives Hayato an additional 4 outs.
What an interesting card. Completely understandable for Hayato to continue on the flop. After all, you don't call 6-5 pre-flop to fold Queen 5-3 to a bet. But he is facing Albert. Somebody he's had some history with already. He knows Albert can get completely out of line and have pure air. And I suspect that might be the reason he finds himself forced to continue in this hand. That extra equity from that straight draw does make a difference. You almost think you might be able to stack your opponent if you hit it, considering the opponent is Albert. 1.2 million behind an Albert stack. They offer some sort of implied odds. Gonna have a think. Throws in the time bank chip. Such an interesting spot. I really don't know what he's going to do. But I do know that the fact that he is facing, let's just say it, somebody who's established himself as a maniac. Wow, decides to let it go, shows the discipline. Absolutely correct decision in this case. Albert with the goods. Did not really offer the right price for Hayato to draw to something. Hayato would have to have been convinced that his 5 was good for him to really continue in the hand. Some boss moves, some power poker.
I love his, like, I don't really even know what to call it, but it's just attitude when he's in a pot. When he's putting chips in the middle, there's a lot of energy going behind it. You never really know what to expect from Albert. But yeah, has managed to work his way back up. Playing very healthy 35 big blinds now.
Gilbert in the chat pointing out Albert fired all 3 streets quite a few times in yesterday's stream. Well, no one is surprised, surely. Just looking at the carnage we've seen just today. Queens again. This monster is being dealt out, leading to interesting situations here and there. Julian built a healthy stack for himself. Came in one of the shorter stacks.
Oh my word.
It's almost tripled up since then, since the start of the day.
Julian with 9 lives. Fortunate to be here, courtesy of Satoshi's ill-timed 3-bet earlier on, getting John to fold what would have been the winning hand, and now Hijack v Button has queens against tens. Perry makes the call. Oh my god,
Oh
Chen.
my word. I was just going to comment how John simply flat called in a situation where you're very likely to see 3 bets. Had some sort of sixth sense about it all. And now with Dong having ace king and only 9 big blinds, this is going to develop into a real situation. Dong pretty much has to go all in and squeeze, and he's going to be in a decent spot, frankly, to more than double up, be in a flip situation. Julian has to be licking his lips a little bit. Dong could easily be squeezing with something much, much worse than ace king. Queens is looking just so good. And now, does he want to reel in the customer of John Perry or isolate and go heads up against Dong Chen? And no matter what he chooses to do, how does John react? He's seen the story play out before and has been burned. He did make the right fold with the jacks, but of course would have won the hand. And as much as you want to be extremely rational,
Wow.
what a decision.
He folds the
Throws it in
tens
again. Is correct again. Henry, what are the odds there's a 10 on the flop, man? Come on.
Don't. Come on, man.
It would be just too much to bear.
Ace king for Chen Dong against Julian's pocket queens.
We really are on the verge of the first elimination here. Dong Chen does need some help. Is in a flip. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. I knew it. Maximum pain. That's the mantra of the day. The poker gods have decided to deal out maximum pain to John Perry.
Third card, another deuce.
Wow.
6 outs.
Let's not forget the person at risk, Dong Chen, on the verge.
And
One
the
card
card
away. Deuce would also do it.
is a 7.
Not gonna be it. And
Chen
Dong
our
is the
ninth
first
place
person
here at
out.
the main event. Round of applause, guys, for Chen Dong.
Round of applause, fist bumps all around. What a dramatic hand to exit on. And John seems to be taking it fairly okay. I know I would be losing my marbles sitting there in his spot. Julian, once again the beneficiary of an absurd situation. Would have busted twice to John by now.
Yeah, I mean, he is taking it well, and I think that's just a byproduct of John's character. He's played this game enough to know that, you know, coulda, shoulda, woulda, what would have been, could have been kind of nonsense doesn't really apply. Still has a final table to play and can't be beating himself up about making not one but 2 good folds. You know, both spots he was behind, so.
Well said. No space for could have, should have, would have, deserved, and fairness in poker.
No.
And instead, the right lesson, as you so astutely said, is to realize that he's on top of his game. He's made 2 really difficult folds look really easy. Props. Players trying to figure out perhaps what the average stack and how many players left. But what matters here is we're 15 minutes to the break. We have lost our first final tabler in the form of Dong Chen. Does walk away with 250 million plus Vietnamese dong. Great showing altogether. As I've been saying all day, all the players can sort of breathe a sigh of relief, especially some of the other short stacks on the table. They have bagged an extra 70 million Vietnamese dong. That's 2x of the buy-in. 326 guaranteed to 8th place. Everybody you see on your beautiful Steadicam shot right now is going to be walking away, having gotten a 10 times return on their main event buy-in. But now, as you might suspect, the pay jumps get more and more serious. 140 million is the next pay jump. No joke. $467 million to the player who comes 7th. 8 players left right now.
Okay, so it looks like Albert has bumped things up here from under the gun. Action currently on John, who's reaching for 3 betting chips. I do apologize for the brief graphical errors. Albert almost tied with John now. Just waiting for the dealer to catch up with the production team. Yes, so I believe what the players are talking about was the idea of a blind level rollback, which isn't going to happen from what I heard, due to either the amount of time it took for us to lose a player, or I'm not entirely sure.
We'll find out more during the break. Back to the action, though. John bumps it up with King Jack off after being slightly punished by the poker gods and Julian getting the benefit. John decides to get a small clawback in the form of a light 3-bet. That does go through. And let's not forget the ICM situation again with a stack of 9 big blinds in the mix. Light 3-bets. Probably one of the most profitable final table strategies in poker. Just look at how much more comfortable, and maybe I'm projecting here, it just feels like a huge monkey off the back of all the players now that they have a little more cash that they're going home with. Also lots to discuss with the crazy action that they've seen in front of them.
You're definitely projecting, mate. Everyone looks really tense out there.
Certainly at the moment, some situation with the blinds. Satoshi has had the biggest dent to his stack.
What on earth is going on?
There we go. Cards in the air.
Albert's saying he put a blind in last hand, but he raised last hand.
Let's not get involved, Henry. Who knows? I know the floor will sort it out.
Julian. Pocket fours. As the floor brings over some more time bank chips. Look at that stack of time bank chips in front of Peter Kiem, by the way.
My word.
I don't think he needs any more time banks. Or Jack, for that matter.
What is going on? Do they want to go home with those time bank chips? Maybe it's like a bounty tournament. You get half of the time bank chips of the player you eliminate.
Dong Chen, our only casualty of the day. Could have very easily laddered a few spots himself. Had the sword fallen the other way.
Gotta win flips in poker.
What a wild,
Such is the nature of the beast.
wild start to this main event final table. Blinds going up in 10 minutes as well to 50k, 100k. Means there's only going to be 200 big blinds or so in play.
And what a welcome sight under the gun. As I always like to remind viewers, when you're under the gun and the short stack, you're going to be losing 2 big blinds on the very next hand because you have to post the big blind ante. So when you go all in here with a strong hand, it works to your advantage because players might think you're jamming slightly lighter. That is one of the things that Hayato will have to incorporate in his calculus as he figures out whether or not to call this off with ace-9 suited. A strong hand for sure, but under the gun jam from Peter. Not too many hands you're absolutely dominating with ace-9 suited, but we have seen lighter jams from shorter stacks on this table alone. Ace-7 off comes to mind. I believe that was Dong Chen who had jammed that, but no, Hayato lets this one go, waits for a better spot.
Yeah, disciplined fold. Wants to maintain his chip lead over most of the table. Peter gets it through back up to, well, just shy of 12 bigs. Although he does have to put 2 blinds in now. There you have it. I mean, really is anyone's game. Even Peter, if he doubles, he moves up to 6th in chips, and then another double, he's up at the top of the counts. It's certainly possible for him to turn things around here.
Absolutely. Everybody, not only because of their chip stacks, but certainly their talent, stands a chance to win it all, and that, once again, is the beauty of poker. I do want to shout out Jack Ramsden here. He's folded his way down to, once again, makes a disciplined fold. He's folded his way down to being one of the shorter stacks on the table. But that in itself takes a lot of discipline, to be willing to be whittled down, waiting for good spots.
Well, Pachara taking the rejam spot from the small blind. Peter, no nonsense from the big with the king-7. Albert gonna ask for a count. I guess this just being a...
Got to Hollywood sometimes, Henry. You have a reputation to maintain. In Albert's case, the reputation is a little maniacal. Nonetheless, you want to make your opponent squirm a little bit. At least get something for putting those chips in the middle. And Bichara with the perfectly timed 3-bet jam, not only because he had the goods of ace-10 off in the small blind, but also knew how light Albert can be opening from the button. You see the clock, the tournament clock above the players. 5 minutes to go to the break. It's going to be a quick one. I certainly cannot wait to come back and resume the crazy action. The way this final table has kicked off, I can only imagine the fireworks that lie ahead. Jennifer in the chat helping us out in the booth, pointing out 121,000 US dollars to first place.
I like saying the word billion. 2.85 billion Vietnamese dong to first.
I agree. It's not enough opportunities in life to say the word billion and mean it.
Do you think there's still a chance for you to become a billionaire in your life?
In Vietnamese dong, a man can hope. In certain other currencies, I have a feeling I'm not cut out to stumble into $1 billion.
You drawing dead?
Drawing dead. Never know.
Yeah, you never know, man. Maybe you start something up out of your garage or something, like a tech company.
Listen, Henry, I'm not going to lie. I was thinking more about finding the right crypto coin to 1000x. Seems an easier path in this day and age.
Stranger things have happened.
And of course, this is not any sort of financial advice, ladies and gentlemen. Bachara in the cutoff is going to get busy with King 9 off. Certainly could have gone either way with that holding.
Trying to get a sneaky one through.
A big factor is, of course, Peter Kim, the shortest stack on the button. Unlikely to do anything but fold unless he had a good holding.
I mean, sometimes it's just your tournament.
Julian hit by the deck.
Just from like the final 4 tables, like that huge flip against Monica, 9s against ace king, then kings against ace king, kings against ace king. God only knows what's happened today as well. Saved by another player in one spot.
Gets a nice little pickup there for his jacks. Comfortably at the top of the leaderboard now. 55 bigs, 4.5 million. 2 minutes to the break. Blinds will be going up. Suddenly those short stacks will look really short. Particularly the man in the frame right now, Peter Kim. Shortest stack on the table. John Perry's still rocking the all-in glasses. I mean, you gotta love it. Talk about getting free branding from what seems to be one of the best. Greg just knows his customer, man. Knows how to get that organic reach for his merch. Go check out Greg's YouTube channel, Greg Goes All In, if you haven't already. Amazing, entertaining poker content.
And it's funny, you know, it's wholesome content, and well, there hasn't been much of that in recent years out there, so big up to our man, Greg Goes All In, who is going to be joining us in the booth, or joining you on the flip side of break.
Should be fun.
Then I'll be coming back, joining Greg for a couple of hours. Well, maybe not for a couple of hours. I mean, I would think after 6 hours of play, this tournament would be over and done with.
Frankly, Henry, I could see it going either way. Firstly, the APT structure, famously extremely player-friendly, which is to say, the increments are small and the blind levels are slow. Slow is good. Makes for some good poker. You don't want to see a shove fest. Jack, I just complimented him on his patience. Seems to be wanting to make some moves with his 8-6 of clubs. Recognizes that Julian is likely to be the most out-of-line player, the new chip leader. Also an active, aggressive player in general. Nah, let's go.
All right, all right. Just thinking about it. Okay. So I believe that is our first break of the day.
All right, we're on a 15-minute break here in the final 8 of the main event.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Dan Shui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is $1,650 but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the Day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online Day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event Day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on Day 1. And lastly, Step 3. Jump straight into Day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day ones at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
So it folds round to Feng Zhao in the hijack with 2 9s. One of the most feared no-limit hold'em players on the Asian circuit, both live and online. This has a stacked resume. Opening off of 30 bigs. Bit of a wide pill from the local Vietnamese player Dinh Duc Trung, calling with the A6 off. He is 50 big blinds effective, but wants to be careful. Could very easily be dominated here. It's actually a pretty good situation for him as he has the big blind, the chip leader, German Bukharov, dominated, who's defended with the suited connectors. 295 in the middle, 3 ways to the flop, and, well, A6-6. What do I know? That's why I'm in the booth and he's out on the felt. Dinh flopping the full house from the small, but more importantly, German Bukharov has also flopped trips, does check round. And how about that for a turn card dealer? 9 of clubs, giving Feng Zhao 94% of the equity, turning the bigger full house as Dinh Duc Trung comes firing. Half pot. Has flopped the boat and has run into the turn bigger boat of Feng. German obviously with trip 6s, not going anywhere just yet. And now what does Feng do? 5-6-5 in the middle. It's the effective stack. 1.1, I think, closing the action. You know, you can just play this hand in position on the river. There aren't any river scare cards. He wants flushes to get there. He wants straights to get there. What an insane pot. Still 1 card to come. Final 2 tables of this main event. Feng looking likely to find a full double and maybe even more as the 8 of hearts does complete the front door flush draw and a couple of those gut shots that we mentioned. 700k in the middle. Dinh Duc Trung loves that river. Little does he know, he's about to double up Feng Zhao. It's like 485,000 into 700,000. What does Bukharov do here? Flop trip 6s. Hearts do get there. You can see he seems pretty puzzled. It does make the call. So there's already 1.7 in the middle and Feng is still to act with 1 million behind. It's the easiest jam of his life here. 9 of clubs turning off on the turn, giving him the full house. Question is, does German get away from it? I'm sure he does once Feng jams, and one would assume that Dinh Duc Trung is going to beat him to the pot with his flopped full house. Feng taking his time. It's such a weird spot. It does eventually move all in for 1 million, and now action back on Dinh. Obviously loses to aces and pocket 9s. Has to ask himself, would Feng jam flushes? I don't think he would, given that German is overcalled out of the big. I think there are a lot of flushes that actually fold, other than the nut flush. Given the action, Remember, check through on the flop. Din then led turn. Got 2 calls. It's now bet again on the river, and Feng has come over the top. Gerdeman gets out of the way. Din gets shown the pocket 9s after flopping a full house in a 3.2 million chip pot, going to one of the most feared players in Asia, Feng Zhao. Looking like a favorite here. Final 2 tables of the APT Hanoi main event with now 3.2 million. Good for 80 big blinds. And now a real contender to win this main event. What a disgusting turn card for the local Vietnamese player. We know the Feng fans are loving that. 3.2 million now. Deep into the APT Hanoi main event. So Lee Son, one of the middling stacks, has opened from under the gun, and the short stack, Peter Rudnev, shortest by a huge margin, playing just 6.5 bigs, has a mountain to climb in front of him if he is to emerge victorious at this APT Hanoi main event final table. Top prize of over $127,000. Lee Son does put him all in, and Peter Rudnev obviously happy to oblige and make the call. Some of the best news you could have seen, that he is at least flipping against Lee Son. No help on the 9-9-8 board. Gonna need an ace or a queen.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the APT main event Phu Quoc final table here today. This is actually day 4. These players have just been battling it out for 4 days, down to the final 8, playing for 2.85 billion Vietnamese dong. That's over 120,000 US dollars. All the players guaranteed 326 million Vietnamese dong already. That's about a 10x return on their buy-in. And here, away we go. The players coming back to the table. We'll soon be getting back to the action. I am Vidar Singhal, and I'm here in the commentary booth with my pal Gregory. Greg goes all in.
Gregory goeth all in. That is correct.
Love that.
If you want to be formal, about it. But yes, welcome back, folks, to day 4 of the main event. Here in Phu Quoc, I am Greg Goes All In, ready to go all in on commentary for you as our players return back to our final table here. And wow, Vidar, I missed some really insane hands, didn't I?
Greg, man, I can't even explain the kind of things we've been seeing here. You expect final tables to start out slow. There's a lot of waiting around for people to bust. There was a lot of ICM pressure waiting for short stack to bust, but my God, it led to some crazy action. The story of the first hour, arguably, the person who came in as the chip leader, Albert Gorelik, had some completely out-of-line bluffs that did not go his way.
I was surprised to hear all the action because, like you said, with the final table, like players are going. I would imagine with all the huge pay jumps that players would perhaps play a little bit more conservatively. But it seems like every one of these players, all 8 of these gentlemen here, to win, go for gold, not just looking to make pay jumps, but looking to take down all of the chips. And we're going to see that right here as Albert Gorelick opens up and +1, 200K.
Let's just reorient our viewers here.
Yes.
As we come back from the break.
Please.
8 players left, 326 million guaranteed. The short stack on the table, the man who you just saw get up. Julian, the man on the right-hand side of your screen in the black t-shirt, current chip leader and perhaps the story of the second hour after Albert Gorelick dominated the first hour in terms of the narrative. Julian picked up a lot of chips in multiple ways with some crazy situations. He's sort of been getting hit by the deck before the break. Completely worked to his advantage. In this case, he's not waiting around for the cards. Decides to 3-bet King-6 suited from the cutoff.
A fine 3-bet bluff here against Albert Gorelick as Hayato of Japan picks up 9s here.
Hayato, a very solid presence on the table, very accomplished player. Has picked up a title at this APT already, mind you. So there's no doubt he knows what he's doing, and it's certainly no coincidence he is where he is. Love his composure, love his posture. We were commentating on him at the feature table
yesterday. A very
yesterday.
stoic gentleman who came into the feature table yesterday and was running quite card dead, but still maintained a very stoic composure. But now in the mix here with the pocket 9s.
Mind you, Julian has really picked his customer when it comes to 3-bet bluffing. Albert, certainly the maniacal presence on the table, and being a maniac in poker is often a good thing. Often strikes fear into your opponent's hearts. Wow, Hayato lets the best hand go. Understandable given the action behind him, but
his consideration there is that 9s are a fine hand to play to defend against a 3-bet, but with an additional earlier position open behind him as well, he has more to consider.
Well, maniacs can have it sometimes, is the point.
That's correct.
That is why you act like a maniac, so that when you do have it, you get paid off. Albert, in that instance, well, I shouldn't say surprised, but given the price he was being offered with Ace-7 suited, let's just say it would not have surprised me if he did make the call, but he actually showed some discipline there. And Julian gets away with one, really showcasing as one of the best players in Vietnam.
And regarding the A7, I believe it was offsuit, which I think is why it hit the muck so much quicker.
Ah, very interesting.
Again, folks, thank you so much for watching. If you have any questions for Vitter or myself, Greg Goes All In, please feel free to leave comments here in our live chat as we play down to our final champion, the APT main event champion, winning not only the coveted main event trophy, but the very cool 2.85 billion VND or 120K USD.
For all those watching in chat, thank you for sticking around with us after this break that we took. And let's not forget what's up for grabs here. 120,000 US dollars to first place. Some people prefer saying it in billions, 2.85 billion Vietnamese dong. About 1.8 to second and 1.3 to third. And just a hair above 1 billion dong to fourth place as well. So 4 billionaires being crowned tonight.
And a nice representation of different nationalities here. A couple of Americans, gentleman from Australia, Thailand, of course, Mr. Pachara here in top right, Japan.
There was a bit of a domination by the two Japanese players for a while, sitting comfortably at the top of the leaderboard. Satoshi did take a big hit when he called off Julian's shove with the ace-10 off. Julian, of course, had kings and held. Still comfortably in the middle of the pack.
And Peter Kim,
with blinds being up to 100K, which of course is the best level for us commentators.
Yes, you know, even as a player, I'm so happy when the blinds hit like 1K, 10K. I haven't had the opportunity to have blinds hit 100K much in my life, but it just, you know, makes it so much easier to read your big blinds.
1 million big blind, Greg. That's what I'm shooting for in my poker career. I want the blinds to be 1 million.
And we've got some Japanese versus Japanese action here. Button versus small blind. Hayato raises with the 8s on the button. And Satoshi now in the small blind. Looks like he's going to make a flat call here.
Satoshi can make some moves, as we saw when he 3-bet the ace-10.
And Albert coming along with the suited 10-4. Has a great price on the big blind. Hits his 4. Hayato, though, does have the overpair.
That is trouble for Albert. And by the way, Greg, you see why I was surprised that that Albert folded the ace-7 suited? 10-4 suited, big blind, no problem. Takes the flop. And this is why sometimes you can get in trouble with hands such as these. Quick call, 1.3 million in the pot, 1.6 million behind for Albert. 1 SPR, but a dangerous card on the turn.
Yeah, Hayato can't feel too great about that ace, as Albert here has a lot of just ace-high floats on the flop.
Pretty much the last card that Hayato wanted to see. An ace, not an unreasonable holding for Albert to have.
Exercises some pot control as Hayato checks back as the river brings the 5 of spades, bringing a 4-liner to the board. But it's going to quickly go check as Hayato takes down this pot with pocket 8s.
That ace actually saved Albert a lot of chips. If the card on the turn was relatively safe, maybe something like a 5, even though it did complete some straights, or an absolute brick like something like a 7, you might have been going all in there.
Nice fun dynamic that we have here at this final table compared to yesterday is that we are much more shallower stacked at this final table, whereas yesterday, as we're down to the final 2 players, we were still very deep. Average stack was like 40, 50 big blinds, and that is no longer the case.
Yeah, you mean the final 11 players, that is, waiting for 2 players to get eliminated. That lasted a long, long time. You were outside, right? What was it like watching the bubble in real time?
Exciting. It just, it felt like watching a ticking time bomb. But it just keeps ticking.
That's the
and
worst.
Just keeps building more tension as it keeps going on.
Exactly.
But it was a very exciting bubble. Jacques now from the UK, raising out ace-jack.
Well, part of the reason the stacks have gotten shallow is that we just had the blinds go up to 100K from 80K. One thing we've been talking about is ICM and short stacks leading to a lot of ICM pressure as middle stacks wait for eliminations. Once you've had the first elimination, people tend to loosen up, but Peter Kiem's stack is just so short at around the 7 big blind mark. And he's also next in line to post both the big blind and the big blind ante. He's going to have an effective stack of about 5 big blinds in just a moment. So all eyes will be on that short stack, but doesn't stop Pachara from taking a flop with a short stack of his own. And Jack Ramsden, by the way, who I've been shouting out as very patient on this final table, allowed himself to drop down in blind, something that a lot of players get afraid of doing. Does find himself with a very comfortable situation here. The 3 spades on the flop, a bit scary. But he does have top pair and a good kicker.
Pachara sitting here effectively with 10 high, but does have the gut shot. Needs a 4 to make a straight. I'm also curious to see just that it's nice to see that Jacques here also made a decision with 12 big blinds effectively to start with to just min-raise open instead of going all in.
What is this?
Pay jumps are massive at this point. Wow.
Unbelievable. Pachara literally has a short stack to his left. Does not let that impact his ability to be aggressive. And Jack, is that enough? Pachara caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and Jack, there we go. Patience rewarded, gives it a smile. Now up to a comfortable 19 big blinds. Pachara down to 10. Of course, he does have a full round of hands he can see for free before he needs to worry, but that ill-timed bluff, got to give credit for bluffing when you're a short stack.
Very brave bluff too, yeah. It's just because you get so much more, seemingly you would get much more fold equity because when you're raising and committing your stack at that stack depth,
it does look strong.
It does look strong. And against most of Jacques' continuing C-bet range, which he's going to do at a high frequency. He will usually get that fold, but of course just ill-timed there. Top pair, pretty good at that stack depth.
What about the speed with which Jack put it in? Unafraid. 3 spades on the board, some connectivity. He's like, you got it, let's go.
And Julian here from Vietnam, of course, our chip leader with 53 big blinds. Gonna open under the gun.
Yeah, let's get some Vietnamese support in chat, guys. We have a local hero here. Trying to take it down. Chip leader. Cross the 5 million chip mark.
Home game advantage is real. Ask any sports team. The same was true when we were in Manila, at the APT Manila, in the APT Philippines. Lots of local representation. And of course, no different here at APT Phu Quoc with lots of Vietnamese players, and so glad to have one of them at our featured final table. Yeah, APT main event, day 4. Peter Kiem with 5 big blinds on the big blind. Just going to make the call here.
Wow.
It is versus an under the gun raise.
550 in the pot, 450 behind.
Wow. Does take the lead here with bottom pair.
How does he do it?
But does he feel comfortable committing the rest of his stack?
Well, at this point you have to.
With the nut flush draw as well.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going in.
He could even trap it. I mean, what a monster flop. To go from completely dominated to absolutely crushing his opponent. Julian does find the fold with the red flop with the ace-9.
The worst hand pre is the best hand post. Tends to happen quite a bit here in poker in general, and the converse is true as well.
And that's going to deflate Pachara, who is now the co-shortest stack. He wanted Peter Kiem to, well, if not be all in and on the losing end of the bargain, at least to get crippled. Instead, Peter Kiem picks up that crucial pot. It's up to over 10 big blinds now. Look at these stacks of time banks, by the way, Greg.
Oh, wow.
Jack and Peter building their own tower of chips from the time bank chips alone. What do you think about saving all these time banks?
I think, first of all, I think to address that, it's like, you first have to ask, like, what do we think about having a time clock? I think it's great. Keeps the action up, doesn't allow for over-tanking, and if you do, at least you have to pay some sort of price. I think it's great. I think it's good for the game. And yes, do they have an excess in time chips here? Yes, they do. But I feel like if there's any time to have an excess of time chips, it's going to be at the final table of a main event. So I quite like them. Have you find that they've been causing any friction or any sort?
Not at all. Not with this crew. They've just been moving along. Wow, let me just pause as we see Pachara take this spot. All in with Jack-9 off. It is a theoretical shove, considering the big blind ante in play. It works out and he gives the fist bump. You love to see it.
Nice.
Now up to 12 big blinds, it's going to be a big relief. I mean, it's hard to have the hand even folded to you on the button. So to wake up with a holding that theoretically is plus EV to shove. Not to mention, when you're the shortest stack, you don't really have, so to speak, ICM pressure. So good on Pachara for taking that spot. He has been the absolute short stack ninja in this tournament, at least based on day 3 alone. The way he grinded his way back up from 5 big blinds to making the final table, and now picking some extra chips. Very commendable.
Yeah, short stack ninja is definitely the right term. He's just been navigating that short stack so well here at our featured and, of course, our final table. ICM pressure, as you mentioned, is immense. All the pay jumps are massive at this point. Everybody's guaranteed 326 million VND, with the next pay jump being 467 million VND, so a difference of about 140 million.
That's massive.
John Perry, Beauty and the Beast here with King-Queen offsuit, raises under the gun.
Just coming back to what you asked me, Greg, about the time banks, I think it's awesome. It's the best of both worlds, really. You have a shot clock running. Big shout out to our dealers who have to manage that.
Oh yes, that's another feature that I can deal quite competently, but I've never had to work with a shot clock before, and I'm sure that just adds extra complexity
Absolutely.
to a routine and muscle memory you've already so strongly developed, and then have to have something thrown in the mix of it and adapt to it on a high stakes live streamed final table. Just commendable, absolutely.
Yeah, super commendable. And what that allows us to do is have the shot clock, give time bank chips, which keeps it fair for everyone, and then give enough time bank chips. You don't want people to make bad decisions based on time. You just want them to keep the game moving along, something that sometimes happens at final tables. I've been on final tables like that myself, by the way, where people think tanking somehow is part of being an elite, part of being an elite player. Just because of some of the TV trends that got established early on in the decade. I saw people tank pre-flop with hands they knew they were going to fold. So I think the time bank chip is a good nudge to say not to do that. We did see a very interesting spot, by the way, between Nishant and Deepak Bothra, two of the Indian players that made it deep into the tournament, where Nishant used all of his time bank chips on the turn in a very difficult spot. He happened to have 2 pair against the set of Deepak Bothra. On the river, according to Henry, in fact, Deepak perhaps intentionally went all in fairly quickly, forcing Nishant to make a difficult decision with 2 pair, and Nishant quickly made the call because he was out of time bank chips on the very last second. I saw him the next day, asked him about the hand, and he said he didn't have enough time, which is why he arguably made the wrong decision. So, goes to show they can be a factor, and when you have enough of them, it's the best of both worlds. The game keeps moving along, but to the extent you need to make a tough decision, take your time.
Yeah, I guess an additional factor for the players, not only do you have to manage your chips, you also have to start managing your time bank chips too, and keep in mind the stack depth of which you have time chips as well.
Exactly. You don't want to show up to the final table having used all your time bank chips. We do, of course, replenish time bank chips today at the final table.
Very good, very good. As they should, as they should.
As the day goes on, it is a new variable to manage.
Yes.
I like it. New variables are fun sometimes.
And for those unfamiliar, each player is entitled to 30 free seconds to think, and then it's going to cost them 1 time chip per 30 seconds. 302 people on YouTube watching. Thank you so much for being here, of course. Commentary brought to you live by Vitor Single and myself. Greg goes all in. Peter Kiem from the US of A with King 6 of diamonds, which we saw was 3-bet earlier from our Vietnamese player just on his left. And we'll see if Peter's going to get a mix here.
So Greg, as you know,
blinds. He will not. Looking for a better spot. Yes, Vitor.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I got distracted looking at the chat.
Sure.
Which you know is full of lots of supporters for Mr. John Perry, a.k.a. Bert.
Not only online, but even just out there at the physical rail. He's got a crew going.
He's goading them on, too, when he wins a pot. I love it.
Oh, yeah.
And, well, I got distracted looking at chat because I had told Henry earlier today about your ability to do what I think is a flawless Australian accent.
All right, then. Oh, crikey. Well, and the backstory for that is, I'll continue after this, but we got jacks here by Ramsden. Just going to go all in on the button.
I think this hand might be over.
For 17 big blind. Oh, after a cutoff raise. Julian Tron really utilizing that big stack and opening his range to put pressure on all of the other players. Does run into Ramsden's jacks. Hayato, 41 big blinds here with pocket 4s. Likely going to hit the muck here versus a raise and a 3-bet, but of course, always taking our time to consider every option.
Fairly easy fold, as you said.
Now it's on Julian, and he will also pass.
And Ramsden Jack will take this down pre-flop with jacks. But more about my Australian accent. As you see, it turns out Greg goes all in. He used to be a kids' TV show host in Canada.
Are you still doing it?
I don't know. I kind of fell out of it a little bit. It's not the best. But I had a character named Greg Grills that was a character on my kids' TV show. And he'd be like, "All right, kids, welcome back to the tree fort. I'm Greg Grills, and today we're gonna learn about math," or something like that.
It's a bit parody adjacent, right? Like some Crocodile Dundee level of satire going on, I feel.
For sure, for sure. pocket sevens for Pachara, 12 big blinds. All in by Pachara as the Thai chat goes wild.
He's been patient, and he has found a good hand, but it's not comfortable when you have so many players to hack behind you, and pocket sevens can't really stand the heat of most calling hands. Hoping for uncontested pickup, surely. John Perry lets the king-queen go. Good news for Pachara. Would have been flipping.
And a great result here for Pachara as everybody folds.
These little pickups make so much difference when you're the short stack, particularly compared to the short stack of Peter Kim. There we see the chip count. I mean, Pachara was at 12 big blinds, Peter Kim at 9. Now he's put some serious distance between himself and Peter Kim. In fact, Albert and Pachara now almost even in chips. Once again, Greg, to remind you, Albert started the day with a comfortable chip lead. Came in and made pretty much in the first orbit an absolutely monster river bluff against the nuts of Hayato. Followed by, I mean, an absurd triple barrel bluff against the bottom full house of John Perry.
Yeah, just running the top of his opponent's ranges. Unfortunate.
Found his way back after winning a flip. Now has been slightly grinded down. Third in chips as things stand right now. Third from the bottom, I should say, excuse me. 15 big blinds in a stack.
Ramsden, sorry, go ahead. Sorry, cut you off there.
No, no problem, my bad. Just to round it out, 14 for Pachara, of course, and 9 for Peter Kim.
Yeah, several short stacks, you're absolutely right. And all of them, all the middling short stacks, really incentivized to let the shortest of the stacks bust first, as there is 140 difference, 40 million difference in pay jump here from 8th to 7th. But we're going to see a flop here, folks. Hijack versus big blind, queen 10 versus king 8. Short stack depths here, and a quick fold. No floating with king high, it seems like.
And Jack just remains absolutely solid, just has a good feel for the game. Is quick to make continuation bets, happened to have it this time. Allowed himself to go down to almost 12 or 13 big blinds at some point, but has chipped his way back to solidly middle of the pack right now.
All right, for the tournament players on main event.
And he's done it all with a smile on his face. I remember you and I were in the booth, Greg, when Jack was getting slightly frustrated, being a little bit card dead yesterday.
Sure.
And I was discussing with Henry how even though the same thing happened to him today, because he's come in fresh to the final table, as opposed to the end of a long 9-hour grind, completely different attitude to the whole situation, despite the higher stakes.
Which just goes to show how important mental game is to poker. Like we said, playing good poker is a challenge in itself, but very doable. The problem, the hard part about poker is doing that consistently over and over again, day after day, hour after hour. Never letting yourself just slip for one moment, just going, I gamble. No, gotta focus, gotta play, make the right EV positive decision as much as you can. And we're gonna see Pachara here with ace-3 offsuit versus a raise. Gonna just flat here. He is one of our shorter stacks. There's ace in the window here, giving him top pair. Let's go from there. Check start pre-flop aggressor. He's going to
quick check back. Very interesting, the speed of the check, Greg. I mean, we can obviously see the cards, but that is certainly not signaling that Jack has an ace, the speed at which he's checking back. Pachara is going to certainly feel comfortable to value bet, almost feel compelled to do it. He knows Jack is certainly not going to be value betting this hand, considering the speed at which he's checking.
And a pretty decent card here, pairing the board. It just allows Pachara's weak kicker to no longer play.
Jack might talk himself into a call here after checking twice, showing so much weakness. That being said, Pachara has a very short stack, and is he really bluffing?
We did see Pachara essentially just re-raise flop at short stack with air. So definitely a very capable player of bluffing.
I was thinking about that, except Jack doesn't know that he did that the way we do.
Yes, absolutely. And there go some time chips.
The thing is, Jack doesn't beat anything that's on the board.
Yep, lots of 4Xs in Pachara's big blind defending range.
So Pachara needs to be bluffing with air. 1/3 pot on the river.
Yeah.
Giving his opponent a great price to call.
Wow.
Just susses it out. I mean, look at that. Loses the minimum after getting outflopped. I am just constantly impressed by his play. And good job, Pachara, chipping up a little bit there. Once again, putting more and more distance between him and the other short stacks.
And as we take a look at our chip counts here, we can see our Americans, Peter and Albert, at the bottom here, short stacks. Our Vietnamese player still in the lead. Everyone else kind of middling around 25 big blinds or so. And it's just getting to a really exciting stack depth here where it really can still be anybody's game.
And if you are joining the stream a bit late, just to remind you, 8 players left. I believe 6 nationalities, if I'm not mistaken, which is always really cool to think about. Perhaps 5 now that we lost Dong Chen, our Chinese player. But all these guys have shown themselves to be extremely capable. Chips have been flying about. Short stack Peter Kiem from the USA. Certainly going to have a target on his back for a while. But everybody else has seen lots of ups and downs already on this table.
Pocket Force takes it down pre. Lots of respect here to Hayato. Chipping up nicely. One of the more contendable stacks here. 43 big blinds. Again, folks, you can see 2.85 billion VND up top. Someone from this table is walking away with 120,000 US dollar equivalent in VND. Currently leading the pack, Julian Tran of Vietnam. 4.7 million.
Just for context, about 20 million chips in play. So between Julian and Hayato, they have about half of that covered. John Perry, of course, rocking the all-famous Greg Goes All In glasses. He took them out, put on his hoodie, put them back on.
Aw, amazing. And really fun story about those all-in glasses. So I only brought 2 pairs to Vietnam. I was playing one of the tournaments earlier on one of the first days of the APT series, and John was on my right. I ended up stacking him, and as a consolation prize, I gave him one of my pair of my glasses. However, in the following days, I noted that he wasn't wearing them at his events, and turns out he wasn't running too deep. And so I suggested to him, hey man, they're magical glasses. To which he wore them for the main event, and as it turns out, it is the event he's running deep in. Coincidence? I think not.
Well, I'll tell you what, bro. If he wins the whole thing, you have a business opportunity on your hands of selling the luckiest glasses of all time.
Absolutely. If you want to learn more about my merchandise and all-in glasses, you can learn more about that on my channel. Link to my merch store, link in the description of any of my videos. But enough about me. Let's get back to the action. Pachara.
Look at this situation, Greg. Pachara limped, and I think Julian is forced to punish him. I mean, really, he could have been shoving any 2 here because of the ICM pressure, but he actually did wake up with an ace-10. Makes an easy all-in. Pachara sort of invited it, but ends up losing the minimum despite having a fairly good hand on the button.
Yeah, King-9 suited there at that sec depth. I believe pretty much a standard just all-in as there's only 2 players left to act behind him. However, again, the everlasting and evident, what am I looking for? It's there. ICM is there. Death, taxes, ICM.
Yeah, precisely. Peter Kiem with 7 big blinds. You don't want to bust and give up that relatively easy pay jump that you can capture by waiting out the short stack of Peter Kiem.
John Perry, forced to fold premiums in the past, but now picks up queens under the gun with 33 big blinds. Raises to 200K. As Pachara, our short stack, picks up ace-jack of clubs here. Has been playing pretty passively with his short stack as he's trying to see flops for cheap. And reduce his variance here. And he is going to use this. This is the option he's going to go all in with.
Pachara has been sort of in that ICM suicide range.
Yep.
Very often.
He's so incentivized to outlast the smaller stack of 9 big blinds, but with ace-jack of clubs, this is going to be the one that he's going to commit his stack with.
Peter Kiem must be looking at this Just hoping for the queens to hold. He's shown so much patience. He would love to see that pay jump.
That's right. Everybody rooting, unfortunately, for the short stack to bust so that they can ladder up. Unfortunate truth of being a short stack. Again, Pachara all in for his tournament life with ace jack of clubs. Needs an ace or a bunch of clubs. The Aussie rail popping off here for Bert. John Perry.
King 5-8 rainbow.
Key card there for some backdoors. The king of clubs.
Are still ahead. Pachara needs to cash an ace.
Outs as they stand right now, the 3 aces only.
And we're off to the turn.
Needs an ace or another club for more equity as the turn brings.
Third
The 7 of
card
hearts,
is the
no
seven of
good.
hearts. No help
Drawing
for
to
Pachara.
3 outs, 3 outs only. Ace of spades, ace of hearts, ace of diamonds.
And then let's
Or
see
else
the river
everybody's going to be laddering up here. We're going to be down to the final 7 players as the River of Dreams brings an ace of spades on the
card. Ace
river.
on the river for Pachara.
Wow. The Barry Greenstein. Unbelievable. I think Peter Kim just walked off. I mean, that is just an unbelievable river. And John Perry just punished after making some incredible laydowns, constantly seeing the flops come in his favor. Now when he does get it in, queens versus ace-jack, gets rivered with the ace, and oh, man, still smiling. Just what a great personality right there.
Yeah, it's honestly, great player to have the game. Great player to have here at the APT. So glad to see him make a deep run, but unfortunately much to...
Sorry. Talk about a climax situation. I mean, it could have been down to 7. Peter Kiem would have gotten an extra 140 million into his account guaranteed.
Yes.
Instead, one of the most accomplished players on the table, Pachara, doubles up.
Finds Suck Out City on the river. Great to see it, but much to the chagrin of other players here. Was looking so desperately for that ladder, but they're going to have to wait a little longer. And also condolences to the Australian Rail. They seem very emotionally invested in that run out.
Oh no, Greg, I'm going to check out chat in a moment. They're not going to be happy. Vomit, 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 they say.
And then, oh, but Thailand coming in here.
That's
Seeing
right.
the Thai patriotism. Great to see it. Julian Tran, our chip leader, King Queen offsuit on the button. Sussing out the chip stack depths on his left in the blinds.
Lots to think about as the chip leader. I mean, the dynamics have suddenly changed. Julian has had a lot of awareness for the table. Look at that, just goes all in, facing 20 big blinds in the small blind. I think Jack might struggle to make this call. You don't want to be flipping for your tournament life when 2 short stacks are behind you.
John Perry now reduced to 16 bigs from 40.
Look at that power poker from Julian, by the way. It just jams it into the 20 and 16 big blind stack. Talk about ICM pressure and knowing what to do with it.
Yeah.
Great play.
I think that's such a fun spot to be in tournaments when you're in ICM implicated spots and you're the big stack. Oh, it's like being in a candy store.
Exactly. And as I was saying right before he made that move, new dynamics at the table. Julian quickly absorbed them. Absolutely exploited them.
We are not happy. The Australians are clarifying the stance here in the live chat. And for the record, in black and white, we are not happy.
I love the sarcastic live poker is rigged comment from Jennifer there. You know, this is one of the biggest reasons it's not fair to constantly call online poker rigged, because crazier things happen in live poker all the time.
Absolutely. And wow, what a hand we might just have here. Ramsden from England with 20 big blinds starting. Finds the aces on the button, hoping to get action here from the blinds. The small blind is already folded. Action on Hayato with the ace-4. Fine defend against a button open. However, Jacques is at the very top of his range. The pre-flop nuts. As the flop comes, 7-3 deuce 2 clubs. Hayato with ace high, but has the gut shot and backdoor nut flush draw.
This is interesting, Greg. Hayato has a flop where he pretty much has to continue. You don't really call pre-flop with ace-4 to fold boards like this. Might even have other plans up his sleeves if you think he can put that ICM pressure. He, of course, has the bigger stack. Decides to
peel a turn here, looking for a club, looking for a 5, as the turn brings,
wow, the case ace on the turn.
It brings a complete drama here. Fireworks are going to be popping off now. Case ace, as you said, giving Jacques top set and Hayato top pair to go along with his straight draw.
Some of the setups today, Greg, have just been insane. And wow, Jack actually goes all in. I mean, that is really surprising when you have top set. What do you even think your opponent has?
Wow, bets 1.6 million into 1 million. A massive overbet here.
I am so confused. Can you see the cards here? What is going on? That is an incredibly well-timed bet. I guess he realized that any bet would look so strong. The right way to try and extract any value from, well, maybe a 7 is probably what he was thinking his opponent might have, would be to go all in, polarize his range.
It is a weird, I find that also to be a weird spot. It's kind of awkward stack depth. SPR there was like 1.5, 1.6 on the turn. And those are also spots where I'm like, this is kind of awkward. Because if I bet here and any significant amount, I'm kind of like committed on the river. So maybe I might as well just bet here.
I know what you mean, but all of that tends to go out of my brain when I look at top set and I just want to trap.
I think the other school of thought is also, oh, I have top set. Oh, I want all of the money to go in.
That's fair.
And wow, what an action card on this turn.
I am blown away by this bet because it is the perfect bet to make against somebody who happens to have turned top pair and still has a straight draw.
The unfortunate, one of the things that Hayato has to also consider and maybe considering is that he blocks a lot of Ramsden's bluffs here, which are going to be nut flush draws. Then you might also be considering, if he does have the nut flush draw, is he really playing top pair like this anyway? But it doesn't matter, Hayato blocks it. What to do, what to do.
Well, I would agree with you. A nut flush draw might not jam, but considering you jam top set, who knows at this point? Hayato has a real decision. He's doing a good job thinking it through. Jack has exuded a lot of strength with the size of his bet, but any polarized bet always does look like a bluff. That is, of course, the point of it. Hayato might have called fairly quickly if the bet was small. Wow, he gets it in. I mean, he's not exactly drawing dead, but 4 outs. What a hand we have here. Jack looking to just not get cooler, then he will have a co-chip lead.
We have a board.
And also, interesting to see Hayato there. Very quickly, really quickly rolled over his head. I think felt pretty confident he had the best hand there. Of course, gets shown the aces. Needs a 5 and only a 5 here.
Patrick is ahead with set of aces. Trailing is Hayate with
so Jack at risk technically. 4 outs.
Patrick is covered and we're off to
would send him home right here. Would be a truly bad beat.
As the river brings
a
9.
And Patrick will double up.
Ramsden here going to find the double up here with the set of aces. And Hayato, again, we've talked and commended him so highly on his stoic composure. And this hand here, this rough beat, no exception. An immaculate professional representing Japan.
Takes it well. Really no fault of his if you think about it. Ace-4 is always going to be defended from the big blind. That flop, as I was saying, is about as good as you can hope for without flopping a pair. I mean, you have the wheel draw, you have the back doors, and the case ace on the turn. And the unusual jam from Jack as though he could see the cards. What was Hayato to do?
Call. See, and that's kind of the beauty and cruelty of poker is that
that's right.
It's very reflective of life. Sometimes you can do everything right and still get punished. And conversely, you can still also do everything wrong and get massively rewarded. Such is life. And so what I personally find so appealing about poker is this idea and the philosophy you can glean from it. It really just teaches you to be stoic and know that everything is kind of just, everything's temporary, and all you can do is try to make the best decisions as you can.
Well said. I mean, as I mentioned, all my life lessons come from poker at this point, and honestly, it's not a bad place to be. Especially because whenever I get a bad beat in life, it's like, yeah, it's a bad beat. Always going to get some bad beats. That's the nature of the game. It's allowed me to really make my mental game strong in life as well. Highly recommend it.
Well, if you want to give poker out a try, our next stop is in Taipei, so you can learn more about that on theasianpokertour.com and hang out with myself and Vitor. Will you be there?
Absolutely.
Let's go.
Wouldn't miss it. But I will try to sati into the main event.
Yes.
I'll abandon my commentary duties if I can sati into the main event.
I don't blame you. It's a very plus EV satellite. You can get satellite into the $1,650 US main event for just $3. And you can learn more about how to do that on natural8.com. Satoshi with 2 pair. 82% equity here. Big blind special. Love to see it.
We have a multi-way pot here, but the 4-liner to the straight on the board might put a dampener on the action. Satoshi noticeably at the shortest stack he's had all day, sub 20 big blind mark. Does have the best hand by a huge margin here.
Yes, both players remaining drawing to a chop.
Unafraid.
Oh no, I believe Hayato still has 2 pair outs and trip outs as well.
Look at that though, Greg. Puts out 300k into 2 players. If you have a 10, you have a 10. Apart from that, you want to draw, pay up.
Nice way to glean some information as well. If someone has a 10, they're likely he might find out pretty shortly, but gets the fold and takes down a nice little pot here. Brendan Ruby, hey, thanks for dropping into our live chat. Brendan Ruby, of course, himself made a very deep run in our main event, was on our featured table. We saw him bust out going for a very skillful bluff that unfortunately ran into the top of his opponent's range. And himself being a poker mental game coach, is following up with me in the live chat. Greg, wondering how your ice bath this morning was. I'll tell you what, Brendan Ruby. I did not take an ice bath, but...
Greg.
But...
LK would be so disappointed.
Let me finish. But when I got home from the players' party yesterday, I took a moderately cold shower.
Okay. Okay.
It was like a little colder than what... You know, it wasn't hot like I like it. It wasn't warm. It was like room temperature.
So you
and
went
I feel like that was a step forward.
You went for mildly not very comfortable. That's it.
Yeah, mildly not very comfortable. That's the exact way I would put it.
That's a
mildly
huge,
not very comfortable.
Huge step in the right direction. I think Elke would be proud.
I think Brendan would be proud of me too. Thailand, says Monterey. Thank you for showing the love. If you want to express some love for your fellow countrymen, this is the time. This is the place.
What a good time to be railing Pachara from Thailand. You think he's all out. 1 card to go, 3 outs. Barry Greenstein, ace on the river.
Oh, poker. The drama.
I've absolutely been loving the action today. Every stage of the tournament has its own ups and downs, and here in the booth, as somebody who's a fan of the game and a fan of watching good poker, tensions are very different leading up to the final table than on the final table. But with the crazy start that Albert Gorelick gave us, with his crazy, crazy bluffs, and by crazy once again, I'm saying it in a good way because I really do appreciate anybody who has the aggression to put their opponents to the test. Well, after that start, it's just not let up. Sometimes thanks to the cards, sometimes thanks to the players.
But yes, both of our players from the States in the danger zone, under 10 big blinds, Peter Kiem and Albert Gorelick. And Brendan Ruby needling me in the live chat says, 2 facepalm emojis. Not 1, Vitor, not 1 facepalm emoji, but 2. Oh, Greg, you're supposed to have cold in the morning and warm shower at night. Now you've made your body alert when you're supposed to sleep. Well, you didn't say that in our impromptu coaching session at the players' party. So that's That's really less my responsibility. I feel like that's on you, Brendan Ruby.
Brendan, can we pause here and realize he didn't make his body alert. He made his body mildly, barely, little less comfortable.
It was not, what was it, not mildly comfortable.
Whatever it was, it wasn't alert. It did not sound alert to twist the knob on the shower a centimeter in the direction of cold.
Instructions weren't clear. I got stuck in the laundry machine. And we're going to see some action here. Hayato opening up on the cutoff.
Oh, Isaac in chat
Sixes.
says, how is Peter still alive? Squid Game training paid off, which is a reference to the green jacket Peter Kim was wearing yesterday.
I did see that. I did think it.
Love that, Isaac. Thanks for following along the action from yesterday to today. Love that inside joke. Peter
Great.
Kim rocking the perfect Squid Game jacket, indeed, yesterday. The green with the white stripes.
And the stakes are high as we're seeing a really exciting pre-flop action in hand here. Cutoff opens with sixes. Gorelick short stack rips it with king 10 offsuit. And Pachara rips it with ace 10 suited. Manages to, Pachara manages to get the sixes to fold.
King 10 for Albert, ace.
Here we
gets
go.
to keep the dominated hand in. What a play. And what a result.
The man who came in as the chip leader now
Ruffle flop.
at risk of being eliminated in rough shape here.
In Domination Nation needs to hit a
Ace,
king.
deuce, four.
That's going to be a really
Ace
bad
off
flop
the
for him
board.
here.
See the turn?
Might be over on the turn here unless he picks up some backdoor straight draws.
Another
That's
four
not
for
going to
cards,
do it.
under the card.
So we do lose Albert. Came in as the chip leader
Another
to
ace. Round of applause, guys,
to the
for
day.
Albert.
Wow, the ace for the
Number
needle at the
8
end.
of
The poker
main
gods
event.
are cruel today. From hero to zero, but what an incredible run here for Albert Gorelick. Eliminated here in 8th place of the main event, securing himself a
Did end up
hefty 326 million VND.
precisely. I mean, he did end up getting that one ladder. I was just about to point out. 9th place, of course, 258 million. 8th place now gets 326. That's going to be Albert. So a pay jump indeed, but when you come in with the chip lead, Greg, you have all kinds of expectations of yourself. You've had the whole night to really dream about the idea of winning it all. It's got to be disappointing.
Yes, absolutely.
Well played, sir.
GG's, GG's. Walking away with 326 million VND, or about 14,000 US dollars.
Much respect for the aggression that led him to dent his stack.
John Burt Perry of Australia, 15 big blinds with ace-queen offsuit. Got it in good previously, got chonked by the river. Opening up the ace-queen here to 225,000. Hayato picking up the infamous Robbie hand, hits the muck.
So it's official, Jack 4 is the Robbie.
Yes, correct.
And what about Pachara, by the way, who is just massively now chipped up? 4.5 million, close to the chip lead. Look at this. Peter Kim will see another flop.
Wow.
Get himself down to 4 big blinds. 3, in fact. You know, the last time he did this, it worked out in his favor with the ace-4. He flopped a pair and the nut flush draw.
3 big blinds remaining. As flop comes
Oh,
3,
boy.
3, 3.
There might not be a worse flop if you're in the big blind with 3 big blinds left.
Pretty terrible.
There's nothing you can represent or pretend to have.
John, and because Peter's never going to have any pocket pairs here because those pocket pairs are ripping it pre. So Peter Kim here capped at trips, whereas John here has all of the aces, kings, queens, jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s, and so on.
John is actually betting 100K for value here. He knows he's ahead with his ace-queen. As you correctly said, Greg, Peter pretty much cannot have pocket pairs, obviously cannot have ace-king. Tough to have a 3 when there's already 3 of them on the flop. That means ace-queen is going to be the best hand. He's trying to extract an extra 100K, it seems like, from Peter.
Peter Kim does have about 25% equity. Needs at least 3 to 1. Is getting 7 to 1. It's mathematically a fine call to hit those 6 outs. However,
Pretty rough
puts
spot
himself,
here.
yeah, puts himself in danger of getting eliminated and makes the fold here.
He does, and you never want to fold and have 3 big blinds behind, but that is the situation he finds himself in.
Yeah, Peter Kim only going to survive 2 more orbits. Needs to find a double. And then another one after that.
And Greg, talk
and then
about
another one after that.
That's
Sorry,
true.
go on.
There's a long way to go. I forgot you'd have another one after that.
Another one.
A few double ups isn't going to do it yet. But talk about the ICM pressure now. I mean, a 3 big blind stack. Isn't every middle stack just completely handcuffed until
Absolutely.
Peter is out?
And so, of course, what Vitor is saying there is just like the middling stacks are so highly incentivized to wait for Peter Kim to bust out that they're going to play extremely tight.
It's one thing for Pachara to have taken that questionable ICM spot when he did jam ace-jack and, of course, got lucky on the river with the ace against John Perry. But when Peter Kim is down to 3 big blinds, you cannot be taking those marginal spots anymore.
No,
you simply have to wait. We're talking about a serious pay jump here.
Yeah. Why put yourself in a spot where you can risk your tournament life when you can pretty much easily in 2 orbits coast to the next pay jump? And speaking of pay jumps, everyone now guaranteed 467 million VND, with the next pay jump being 621 million. So a difference of 160 million.
That's big.
Massive.
That's over 5 buy-ins. Peter Kim and the sniper scope again. In this case, he actually can let it go simply to see 5 more free hands before the blinds come back to him. Probably deciding whether 4 deuce suited is worth trying to like bink something on the flop, but you'd rather have 3 big blinds than 1.5 big blinds, I'll tell you that. It seems like an obvious thing to say, but honestly, 3 big blinds is not really giving you much fold equity, but when you do double up, you have reasonable stack. If you try to make this call and then fold when you don't hit something, which is of course likely, you're down to a stack where you don't even want to be doubling up.
I do think he still has time, though. He has, after this hand, he's got maybe 4 or 5 more hands before he's in the blinds again, and it's going to give him an opportunity to pick up a better hand than 4 high.
Precisely, and you also want to be all in when you can pick up other people's blinds. In this case,
for sure,
half of the small blind, well, the whole small blind, half of the blind is actually his own.
Makes the fold. And Hayato going to pick this up here. A fine result. Pre-flop. Stealing the blinds, stealing the blinds. So yes, everybody locking up 467 mil. And out of my own curiosity, what is that in USD? That's 19,900 US dollars. So $20,000 is what everybody has locked up here so far, remaining at our final table. Of course, everyone vying for the grand prize of the coveted main event trophy and the very cool 2.85 billion VND that comes along with it, 120,000 US dollars approximately.
And what a cool trophy that is, by the way. I had a chance to not only see it, but just to touch it for future good luck in poker. Lovely lion.
I sincerely mean it. Of all the trophies I've seen,
absolutely,
APT's my absolute favorite, and I'm surprised that they don't get. We should get them nominated next year for the GPI awards.
Absolutely, it is simply the best trophy. We'll try to find you the shot down the road in the coverage of the trophy, but you'll see what we mean. It is simply the best. It's the one you want on your mantelpiece the most, not just because of the coveted title, but because the trophy is just so damn cool.
It's cool and it's heavy. It's a chonky one.
Julian recognizing the dynamics as usual. Peter Kiem down to 2.5 big blinds. Julian knows he can be raising any 2, but in this case, he actually decides to flat the small blind, almost like building some credibility. Jack seems surprised, actually, that Julian didn't raise it up.
So we're going to see a limpy poo pot, heads up, blind versus blind. Flop comes Jack 6-6. That's going to be a pretty great flop here for Julian Tran. Playing well, picking up cards, and also hitting flops pretty hard as well. Oof. And Jacques picks up bottom pair here with the deuce. Gets check 2 again, it seems like. Oh, pardon me. Got check 2 on the flop. Julian now going to go for some value, it seems. 75K.
Just working out for Julian. Limps, flops the jack, decides to check, understandably on the jack 6-6 board. And Jack catches just enough of a piece to likely remain interested. And then decides to raise it up.
Oh, wow. So 100K bet by Julian. Ramsden re-raises to 220.
Most likely an extra 120k chips that will now head Julian's way. Considering the nature of the board, Julian certainly can't be contemplating folding, and Jack has just about 5% equity to catch under deuce.
But Julian with top pair, not going anywhere, makes a call. River bringing the 8 of diamonds. As Julian gets the check mark here, Jacques probably thinking his deuce is oftentimes good on the turn and raising just for some equity protection.
Yeah, it was one of those bets where you want to get a free showdown on the river. It's like you're setting your own price. You are showing some aggression on the turn. It's really the power of position. He was able to raise 120k instead of facing a bet on the river by calling on the turn. He got to check behind. So well played on both accounts, but all the chips going in the direction of Julian. The rich get richer. That's the last thing you want to see, especially with the short stack. We might be looking at a table captain here, Greg.
Yeah, it's in a great spot too. It's a great place to be, one of the large chip stacks, as everybody pretty much is milling stacks. So incentivized for Peter Kim to bust out with 3 big blinds. Going to be playing exceptionally tight, which allows our Vietnamese player here to just raise with complete, you know, just raise wide, put on the pressure, or as what's more commonly known, just become a big stack bully.
I am the captain now.
Look at me. Look at me. I want him to look to his right, stare Peter Kim in the eyes, go, hey, look at me. Look at me. I am the captain now. That would be badass. Oh, wow. Action's flying fast here. Chips are flying. I'm a little lost myself. Peter Kim goes all in with Beauty and the Beast, King, Queen offsuit. Tail as old as time, runs into Hayato's Ace-Jack offsuit.
Here we go.
Peter Kim behind, but is only a 60-40 underdog. Needs to find her king or a queen here.
Should feel okay about the situation he's found himself in. 900k in the pot, can get up to as much as 9 big blinds if he's able to win this spot with the king queen.
Everybody else at the table praying for Ace-Jack to hold.
Right, another pre-flop all in here in the main event. Queen King for Peter.
Anti-railing, as they call it.
Anti-railing, yes.
Hayato to win. They're essentially flipping. There we go. The ace pretty close to locking it up. Some backdoor hearts and runner, true pair and straight outs, but that locks it up, and we will be losing Peter Kim.
Needs a chop, has chop outs, does have chop outs. And it's not going to come, and that's going to be a good game for Peter Kim for the US of A, eliminated here in 7th place, taking home 467.69 million VND. Good game, Peter Kim.
Good game, sir. Very well played throughout. And with that, look at this. We have lost 3 players. Peter Kim did manage to outlast Albert Gorelik, which is not something you might have considered at the start of the day. And then there were 6.
And Pachara once again isolated on the other side of the table. Yesterday he was one of our shortest stacks, and he was kind of just alone on the one side of the final table, or feature table I should say, with all of the middling and big stacks on the other side. It was just, for me, just seemed very visually poetic.
It is pretty funny. Because of the RFID, you can't really move around seats.
No.
You can't readjust the table.
Man, it's so funny to see history repeat itself again.
Now, Hayato did get a nice little pickup there, thanks to eliminating Peter Kim. So once again, one of the top stacks. But we do have a story of the haves and the have-nots a little bit. We'll wait for the exact chip count to come up. But of course, Julian, effective chip leader on the table. Bachara with his healthy pickups along the way. Not too shabby. 42 big blinds, 4.3 million. And Hayato, middle-ish stack, 25 big blinds. John Perry also has had to take some hits.
You start to see he's starting to feel the heat a little bit, picking up that King 5 offsuit that has since hit the muck.
And this is it. I mean, viewers in chat, things are getting serious. The 2 biggest players with rails in chat still around. John Perry from Australia. Bachara, the man on your screen right now from Thailand. Absolute crushers of their own right in their own countries and on the global stage. Pachara, of course, looking at closing over $2 million in live earnings.
Wow.
John Perry, Bird as he's called, very accomplished in Australia.
Hayato going to call this c-bet here with top pair. Pachara now drawing dead as Hayato gets the check mark. Hayato going to check and flow against to our pre-flop aggressor. Pachara not picking up any additional equity. Front door flush does get in there. Neither player holding a club. Pachara going to check this one back. River brings a king of spades here. Not a fun card for Hayato. Seeing an overcard to his queen. As Pachara may have checked back some king X's to try to realize showdown. Hayato checking once again. And if Pachara wants to win this pot and if he senses weakness here, this is the time to bluff. Will he do so? Will he think this is a good opportunity to bluff? Only time will tell.
There's no hand that calls on the flop that he's beating with Jack high. He knows he needs to bluff to win this.
Hayato had the opportunity to take the lead here on the river by leading out. Chose to check. Pachara reading that as weakness. And does make a bet here. 375k.
Look at this. I mean, with the check on the river, Hayato has somewhat trapped his opponent. Has to be worried about the king hitting Pachara after the check on the turn, but does look likely he'll find the call considering the pot odds he's getting.
Mm-hmm. I really admire the bet size too, because I myself in my game am quite a bit unbalanced here, opting for pretty much larger sizes for my bluffs. But I'm thinking if Pachara did indeed hit his king, we can see obviously he has not, that this is probably the same sizing he would go for.
Absolutely.
And we got a call here from Hayato, who has made an excellent bluff catch, excuse me.
You are right about
this down.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Greg. You are absolutely right about the sizing. I mean, he was extremely well balanced and was telling a convincing story of potentially hitting the king. But that being said, when you make a balanced bet like that and you offer the right odds to your opponent, if they're sort of higher up in their range, the way Hayato certainly was with top pair on the flop, check on the turn, not betting the river, queen is pretty high up in the range of hands you can have there. And
hard to get folds.
Exactly.
But the issue of betting larger, as I'm learning, is that when you bet large, the more polarized your range gets. So at that point, he's only really representing flushes, which don't make too much sense when he checks back the turn as well. Exactly. So that's one of my personal leaks. I'm projecting I'm using this as a poker therapy session for myself. But I tend to over polarize, which does get me paid massively when I have it. But it does allow people to bluff catch me quite easily, though it does admittedly put them in a tough spot. So maybe I'll give myself a little pat on the back.
This might be going in here, Greg.
Oh,
14 big blinds. The short stacks have been eliminated. King, jack of clubs.
And he goes all in. But the question is, does he put on the all-in glasses? That is the question. Well, no all-in?
Not exactly. He's bet 800, which is sort of an effective all-in. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Oh.
But that does mean he has the right excuse to not put on all-in glasses.
That's fair. You got me again, John Perry.
Satoshi aces on the big blind usually will defend, but this is not exactly an open. This is more like an open shove with the 800k raise. So.
Oh wow, yeah, that's like almost 7 BB raise.
So John gets one through. There have been some requests in chat, understandably, to figure out the payouts in the ladders. Let's just go through it. 6 players left. Everybody guaranteed 621 million, which Greg, you told me amounted to.
Yes, close to 20k USD.
Close to 20k USD, followed by a huge pay jump to almost 800 million, 795 to be precise. So that would be closer to maybe 27, 28k. Then we start reaching the billion mark. 1.01 billion Vietnamese dong to 4th place. 1.29 billion Vietnamese dong to 3rd place. 1.8 billion Vietnamese dong to second place. And of course, 2.85 billion, the number we've said many times because it's over 120,000 US dollars.
Yeah, and once you hit the billion dong mark, that is that's 40,000, over 40,000 USD. So the top four are guaranteed at least 40,000 USD.
That's 4 out of the 6 players you're looking at on your screen.
That is a good payday. Satoshi, small blind. Gonna raise up with Beauty and the Beast, King, Queen.
Traps it, actually.
Oh, pardon me. Thank you. Just flats here. Gives Pachara a chance to see a free flop.
Pachara does take the free flop.
All right, so heads up to a flop, blind versus blind, king, queen versus 9-7. As both players whiff, no pair for either. Satoshi does still have the 2 overcards and the lead right now with king high. Pachara with 9 high and back doors at best. Optimistic back doors. And that's enough for Pachara to make a bet here. Satoshi gonna float with the 2 overs.
I'm always very curious to see people's small blind and big blind strategy. Pachara, with effectively a much bigger stack than Satoshi, could certainly have turned his hand 9-7 off into a bluff.
And what a great bluff it is at this point as he picks up additional equity, picking up the open-ended straight draw. 600K in the pot. 2 mil behind effectively.
The blinds are up, by the way, to 120K.
We see a bet. And a fold. And that bet's gonna get the better hand to fold. Excellent bluff there by Pachara. Again, as you called him, the short stack ninja, no longer a short stack. One of our second in chips now. Wow, he has spun that up so excellently.
Well, with the blinds being up, everybody's a lot shorter by definition than where they were 10 minutes ago. Top stack looking at around the 45 big blind mark. Fairly standard at this stage of the tournament, considering the structure. I mean, this has really led to a lot of interesting poker, a lot of deeper stack, very critical thinking tournament poker. Jack Ramsden, somebody who's impressed me throughout, has had enough of sitting around. Does decide to be patient.
Looks like he's folding to the blinds now.
Tends to pick his spots.
Pachara in the small blind. Queen 9 suited.
And once again, I'd like to point out we're playing 6-max poker. Often considered the hardest form of poker.
Oh, got some club on club domination here. Julian Tran. Our we're looking at our 2 chip leaders right now. Julian Tran, of course, being our chip leader, followed by Pachara of Thailand. Gonna opt to check it back. Clubs would be fireworks. We're gonna see blind versus blind. Limped pot. This flop comes. Queen Jack 4. Both players making a pair. Pachara with the quick check with top pair. Middle and kicker. Check, check. Turns brings the jack of spades.
Almost feels like the big stacks are keeping it a bit friendly.
Yeah.
Keeping the pot size small. Pre-flop and on the flop. But if you have top pair, it's time to extract some value. Especially the board being so wet with 2 flush draws, all kinds of straight draws. Got to charge your opponent.
I haven't consistently had a big enough stack in tournaments to know, but I do hear that there is some unwritten rule that big stacks tend to try to keep, they try to get more into pots with the smaller stacks. There's no sense in the big stacks chonking each other, as so much about tournaments is simply about survival.
Certainly, usually the case, Greg, but when it's down to the final 6 and you're going for it all, it just depends on your personality. I mean, if you are the second in chips, or maybe even the biggest stack, sometimes you just constantly exploit the dynamic you just mentioned to try and get them to fold in marginal spots, to sort of bully the other big stack. Saying, hey, you don't want to mess with me, right? You go after the short stack, so whenever you're in a pot with me, it's going to be mine.
I love that. It's a completely different school of thought is that if you want to place yourself in a position where you can win the tournament as a big stack, you want to stack the other big stack and have a monster stack. But no such thing in this hand here, as we've kept the pot relatively small. As Pachara does get the check mark, Ace of Hearts, not the best river card here.
I think Pachara could find a value bet here, realizing that aces in the big blind are very likely to raise limps. That's exactly the thinking that Pachara seems to have gone through and realized that a queen is very likely the best hand here. Of course, Julian could have a jack, but much more likely for him to have some sort of a draw that probably didn't get there. Could just simply fold. Or
maybe
exactly what Julian does have, a 4.
Maybe some crying calls from some king highs.
Absolutely. Every time you think you can represent a bluff and you have value, it's not the worst thing to do.
And
look at that.
A call.
An excellent value bet. Pachara just sussed it out.
And that's the challenge of playing with wide ranges here. Blind versus blind is probably going to be the widest ranges you're going to find in tournament poker. But wider ranges also means kind of having to defend wider as well. Versus bets, your second pairs and third pairs just go up more in value.
Greg, this is absolutely my wheelhouse because my favorite format of poker is heads up, sit and goes.
Ooh.
Which is basically like playing blind versus blind tournament situations non-stop. Heads up means, of course, only 2 players, so you're either in the small blind or the big blind, and you form strategies accordingly. It's different from being blind versus blind in a multi-table tournament. Of course, you're not just playing one opponent, you're probably never really limping too much in heads up, sit and goes, but you do play absolutely wide ranges, like you said, and this was a great example of Pachara completely recognizing how valuable having a queen on that board is, and how likely it is for Julian to have a 4 that can actually pay him off based on how the hand went. As a heads up, sit and go player, I was very impressed there. Perfect sizing too.
We should play heads up some point. That'd be fun.
Oh, I'd love to.
People asking, what is the delay currently? We have a 30-minute delay, so everything you're watching happened half an hour ago, but Vidar and I, Greg goes all in, are talking to you live. Hayato on the hijack with ace-queen offsuit, representing Japan.
I do love how people in chat are asking questions, you know, with the exclamation point, which is the standard way of asking the bot questions.
Yes.
And they're getting answers from humans like us, us noobs. Wow, back to the action. Satoshi has had enough and shoved with the 9s. Hayato opened with the ace-queen, and this is a big, big shove. We've seen Hayato make some difficult laydowns on day 3 yesterday on the feature table. Ace-queen here. Does he know his opponent well enough to understand that not only is he flipping, he has to be afraid of ace-king. Very likely hand to go all in this way. And of course, you can be dominated by queens, kings, and aces. You do block queens and aces, of course, having the ace-queen yourself. A king, pocket kings, perhaps playing the hand differently, but perhaps the same way. He does find the call and we're in for a huge flip between the 2 Japanese players.
Can also think about the hands that he dominates. Like, has to wonder, does Satoshi shove ace-jack, ace-10, ace-10 suited, ace-5?
Before you joined, Satoshi did 3-bet ace-10 off and then call it off.
Right, yes, I did hear about that hand.
Could have been figuring into Hayato's calculation of the situation.
So we're going to see some Japan on Japan violence here. Satoshi all in for his tournament life with pocket 9s.
Big, big flip here. If you think about the expected value of this flip, it'll just boggle the mind.
Yes, it is a 180 million flip.
10 and an 8 on the flop.
Looking good so far for a double.
After the turn. Turn has a 6.
Looking great to be a double. Just need to dodge 6 outs. Needs to fade the ace or a queen on this river. Oh, again! Ace on the river. The poker gods have been cruel at the APT. And that's going to be
number 6 of the main event.
Wow, that's going to be a good game for Satoshi here. Busting in 6th place, bagging 621 million VND.
He takes it with a smile, and I have to commend him on doing that. GG, sir. Very well played. Got into some tricky spots. Eventually simply just lost a flip, and that is just simply a part of the game. And now we are down to 5, but Hayato has emerged as one of the bigger stacks thanks to winning that crucial flip on the river. This really seems to be the day of aces on the river.
Always the river. We saw the same pain happen to John Burt Perry, who got queens in versus ace-jack. Ace on the river, stripping him of his pretty significant stack, now reducing him to about 13, 14 big blinds.
Every player now guaranteed almost 800 million Vietnamese dong. Not a bad day at the office for sure, but the next payout, that 1 billion mark, it's got to be floating in everyone's heads. It has been fascinating, Greg. This is the 3rd day of our coverage here. We've seen some of these faces go from day 2 to day 3 to the final table.
Yes.
Really gives you an appreciation for the journey that they've been on. The kind of hands and battles they've had to wage. All
And
the way
we
down.
got to witness their journeys, each and every single one of them.
Now it really is crunch time. Gotta
Yes.
make the absolute right decision at every point.
Absolutely. 5 players left, each one locking in 795 million VND. We are at the 1 billion bubble at this point. Top 4 players locking up at least 1 billion VND.
Julian, by the way, makes an out-of-line 3-bet and throws on the shades. He's picked a good time to do it too. Bachara was also opening fairly light. Laugh from Julian. By the way, Greg, if there's a recipe to succeed on the final table, it's 3-betting light.
Oh yeah, as the chip leader. Oh, almost chip leader. Has lost the lead, yeah, you're right, to Hayato. So we do have a new chip leader here, folks.
Hayato and Julian as co-chip leaders is very interesting. Such different approaches to the game, it seems like.
Yes, I would agree. I'm sure you're talking about how Hayato tends to have a more very composed, patient, picks his spots well, gets it in good.
Yep.
Where as well we have conversely our player from Thailand, Julian, who isn't afraid to put his chips in, apply max pressure, make 3 bets.
King 4 suited, we just saw a 3-bet that went through. Maybe if you were to if you were to use old school poker labels, you'd say something like tag and lag. You remember those?
Is that old school already? I just learned those.
Kind of.
Darn it.
Tight aggressive, tag.
Yes.
Loose aggressive, lag. The common factor,
Tap,
of course.
tight passive.
Tight passive is
lap, loose passive.
You don't want to be either of those, and trust me, these players are not passive. You don't get to this stage by being passive, but both tight aggressive and loose aggressive, arguably equally winning strategies. It's just about knowing how to wield them.
Wow, and what a spot here for John. Again, doesn't go for the all-in here with the 3-bet with only 14 big blinds behind. Does go for a little...
Well, Greg, he's effectively all in.
Oh my gosh, he's doing the thing. He's done the thing. Repping the brand. Oh gosh, this would... For the brand. John Burt Perry is all in for his tournament life with the 6s. Needs to fade the Ace or King. The Australian Rail live, losing their minds, praying for a hold.
The Rail going crazy in chat as well. This is the big one.
Final 5, Ace King.
6s versus Ace King. John needs to hold fairly big pot up for grabs if he can dodge the aces and kings.
6 is holding as flop comes 10-5-3.
Sir Perry still has a pair of 6s and ace covered. It's a white and ace or king. We're up to
Hold the
turn.
baby, says the Australian rail, as the turn brings the 6 of clubs. It is over for ace king as John Barry gets the double up. The glasses working their magic once again. The mount. Repping the brand.
Incredible.
Nice hand, John. Nice hand. You sicko.
Mr. John Burt Berry doubles up, and look at that. Climbs up to over 30 big blinds. Very comfortable stack all of a sudden. He was the shortest stack. Pachara, now the shortest stack, still 22 big blinds deep, which is plenty, especially for the likes of Pachara, who has just navigated every stack depth perfectly.
Incredible. And if I may, what an opportune time for myself to plug myself. If you want to know where to get those all-in glasses, you can check out the links to my merch store in the description of any of my videos. Again, I am poker YouTube meme lord Greg Goes All In. I make memes about poker for a living, and occasionally I like to visit the APT and do some commentary, producing, and hosting. Thank you for your consideration.
The chat goes absolutely wild, as you might expect. A lot of players realizing that John Perry had really had some unfortunate luck leading up to this point. He'd folded correctly twice, and unfortunately seen the bad news, realizing that he would have doubled or tripled up on the flop. Twice that had happened to him. After that, he loses queens to ace-jack, to the man you see in the frame, Pachara. Then gets it in a classic flip. Excuse me, I'm losing my tongue here after all the crazy action.
It's live. Things happen.
He gets into a classic flip with Pachara, sixes versus ace king. Chat saying justice.
Absolutely, I agree with that. Justice, like John Perry, as well as he's done, and as big of a stack he has now, had some run bad on this final table today, as you mentioned, getting his queens cracked. Having to fold premiums pre-flop correctly, but then would have hit a set and had the winning hand by showdown. And you know what? His patience and resilience has paid off in a massive way now, positioning him in a great place to win this tournament and taking home the 2.85 billion VND and the coveted APT main event trophy.
Tournament poker is so crazy. I mean, if you think about the value of winning that flip, it'll boggle the mind. What a sick equity spot to catch that 6 on the turn and just end the hand there.
Absolutely. At this point, tens of thousands of dollars being wagered on a flip. It's mind-boggling to me.
On every hand, if you think about it.
Every hand.
That is what we are in it for. That's what keeps us excited in the booth over here. Hopefully that's what keeps you excited in the chat as well.
Yeah.
And if you want to join the excitement, do not forget the APT in Taiwan, Taipei, kicks off at the end of the month. And you can do what I think I'll be doing. Join the satellites on Natural 8. For as low as $3, I'm going to be playing the $30 one. Just tremendous value. You get to play a satellite, win a ticket to the main event. After which, by the way, you can even play the main event from the comfort of your own home on day 1. And then join the action in Taipei directly on day 3.
Yep, completely skips day 2 if you make it into the money on day 1. Whew. You can play live in Taipei on day 3.
It's going to be an amazing series, Greg.
It's going to be a fun time.
Super excited. Make sure you find out more on the APT website.
TheAsianPokerTour.com. And if you want to find out about more about satellites, that's on natural8.com. All the links are in the description below, I'm sure. All right, we're going to see some action. Domination Nation, but Jack 10 does take the lead here. Looks like we've got a single raise pot button versus big blind. A c-bet and a call. His turn brings a 9 now. John does have a gut shot to the nuts, a Broadway, if you will. Pachara checking it over once again to our pre-flop aggressor, who just won an incredible flip, a decisive flip in his tournament. John laying on the aggression here, continues betting.
I'll tell you what, Greg, those glasses are doing their job, mate.
Oh yeah.
The one all-in he was in.
I'm just saying, it's the only event he decided to wear the glasses for, and the only one he's run super, super deep in. Coincidence or magic? And for for only 20 USD, you can have a pair of Magic yourself.
And
Link
if
in
I'm
description. Yes, go
not
ahead.
mistaken, that was the first time he was all in a long time. Puts on the glasses, binks the turn. Some serious magic going on.
Yes. But Pachara now improves to trip jacks. And John has barreled flop and turn. I think also a notable card is having the King of Hearts, which if the hearts came in on the river, maybe you could have used as a bluff candidate. Pardon me. But I imagine he's going to be... He might just give up here, but action is on Pachara.
Pachara has to be thinking of donking this, trying to get value from an ace. Because an ace is quite likely to check behind, given the jack on the river.
Yeah, I'm definitely learning more about donk bets or leading out. And they're to be used when they're just supposed to be used if you expect that the player behind you is going to act passively. And of course, you can balance that with bluffs as well. But a lot of ace X's will be checking back here, as a lot of Pachara's calling range on flop and turn is going to be jack X.
Well, after the amount of time Pachara has taken, I think he is going to lead out. And the problem is, there's always a flip side to everything in poker. And as we see here, John, in fact, was bluffing. Might have checked behind the king high anyway on the river, but certainly will be folding to a donk bet. Would be pretty funky to see Pachara check after tanking this long.
And of course, Pachara can't see John's card, so of course doesn't know that the only way he's going to extract more money out of John here is if he checks and allows John to bluff here.
Can I just take a guess at the meta game here?
Please.
Really, when you take this long, usually it screams value. I think John with the needle saying what a time waster because he was probably folding to any bet. But when you take this long, it usually screams value. And I think part of the meta game there is that there really isn't a bluff that Pachara could represent when he donk leads on the river. So when you take that long, it's almost like you're almost saying, okay, I'm trying to come up with a bluff, or hey, I have a bluff and I'm really taking my time trying to represent some value. And in general, you're just throwing off your opponent.
Yeah.
You know, you want them to like constantly being like, what is he going to do? Will I call? Will I not call? Because if you have an ace, you certainly can't auto-fold. So it just makes it a tad more likely. Your opponent makes a slight mistake and calls off light.
Morabella Channel says, John Perry has one of the best coaches in the world, and John is an amazing guy who also had a lovely girlfriend. I'm sure they meant has.
Well, I saw
and
her.
if not, and if it is had, that is awkward because I just saw her today.
She's outside the booth.
I'm sure they meant has, unless this is her way of breaking some really bad news. To
Well,
John.
no, you think maybe it's some ex-girlfriend posing as Morabella.
Jeez, it's a weird. So, like time and place, man. Not day 4 of the main event at APT to dig up some.
True.
Yeah, but I'm sure it's just a typo. Just a typo.
We jest.
We jest. Those all-in glasses are real. Can I buy them? I'll pay 100,000 dong. That is $4 US. So, no. But listen, you can probably buy them off of a John yourself if you like, but they're going to be worth a lot more.
Yeah, I have a
think.
feeling you'll have to join the auction, man. If John does as well as he's doing so far with those glasses, he might really value them at some obscene price.
Hand 85 now of the day, and we've already lost 4 players. 3 players? 4 players.
Yeah, we're down to 5. We've actually lost 4 players. Started off the day with 9, of course.
So we're going to see some blind on blind. No, not blind on blind action. This is Julian has already folded.
Nah, he's not going to fold.
Does he have cards?
Oh, you're right.
So action's done, right? Are those his chips? Oh, I guess just the angle of it makes it look like it's Ramsden's chips there.
Those are his chips. I think Julian's not in the folding mindset when he's leading this tournament.
And a raise and a fold. Surprised to see the fold here from Queen 9 versus single raise, blind versus blind. But of course, I guess Ramsey being our short stack has to play more conservatively here and find better spots.
Yeah, the raise was also a bit big, and probably thinking there's better people to go to battle with than the likes of Julian, who really does get in the mix.
Morabella says, I mean has. Wow, the panic. I imagine this is Jan. So hi, Jan. John is also my handsome son. Oh, sorry, I lied. That is his mother.
So I believe we had his father in the chat yesterday, Mr. Matthew Perry, I believe it was. A name I won't forget because it is, of course, the actor who played Chandler Bing's name. Now we have his lovely mother in the chat. And that is exactly the kind of support we like to see.
Wait, his father is Matthew Perry?
Yeah, good name.
Like the Friends, like the actual Matthew Perry?
No. Just
But-
the name.
Oh, okay, good. Wow.
I just meant I would not forget the name.
Because
I
that's
like
the guy. That's the
Chandler
guy who. That's the guy who plays Chandler Bing, Matthew Perry.
Exactly.
Oh wow. I didn't even click that. Are we sure it's not the guy who plays Chandler Bing?
Absolutely not. He absolutely could be
Wow.
the child of the actor, Matthew Perry, who plays Chandler Bing.
Oh my
Who then
goodness.
probably went and settled in Australia with all his friends' money. And along with the lovely Morabella in chat,
Had a child named John Perry.
Bert.
John Bert Perry. His name is John, but everyone calls him Bert, apparently. He told me why, and I forgot.
Bert is the word, they say.
Bert is the word. I don't know if it had anything to do with Bert and Ernie from Sesame Street, but let's just assume it does. As flop comes 998, trips for... Wow, this guy hits flops. This guy hits flops hard.
Rough spot here. I mean, what a flop. To flop trip 9s, but then also have your opponent have the 8. This is going to get tricky. 660k in the pot, about 2.5 times that behind in John's effective stack of 14 big blinds.
Oh, wow, and I didn't even clock it. John has a piece of this board as well. Pair of 8s on this dry board. 8s is going to be pretty good a lot of the time against Julian's range.
Julian has been the most active person on this table, and John, honestly, could be considering even trying to end the hand right here.
We have seen him being a fan of the min re-raises at these short stack depths.
He certainly will be calling no matter what. Julian remains super balanced, does lead out when he does have the trips. A big sign of amateur players is they tend not to be balanced and do what's known as fancy play.
Yep.
Try to trap. Wow, a
Julian
diamond
Tron,
two.
yeah, picks up the flush draw in addition to his trips.
I mean, Julian had basically flopped John dead. It just does confirm it with the check mark.
Like a zombie with a crayon, John Perry is now drawing dead.
That's hilarious, Greg.
Thank you very much.
I would have laughed, but it took me a moment to process. But that's
It's one of those slow burn jokes, you know.
What is not hilarious is the situation John Perry, the man we've been shouting out all day, finds himself in. Doesn't help that the turn card is lower than the lower than the 8. He's not even afraid of a higher pair.
Julian going to make another bet here. 650,000 looks like into 1 million.
A hefty bet.
Just under half of John Perry's stack. If he calls here, just like my friends on the West Coast in Vancouver, he may just be pot committed. We like to make those jokes in Vietnam?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, good.
What a great bet by Julian. I mean, not only does he get the call from John, but he sets up for an extremely small river shove relative to the size of the pot.
The rail cheering Bert on, saying, "Come on, Bert, get away from it, big fella." And the ace here just might save John his remaining chips. SPR is less than half.
A fantastic card for John to see to have any chance of getting away from it. That being said, one of the other reasons I said that Julian's bet was fantastic on the turn is because the sizing was just so big. It actually looked very bluffy. If you think about it, not too many aces bluffing that big on the turn, or betting that big, I should say, as a bluff on the turn. Maybe some aces with the nut flush draw with the diamonds. perhaps. But even then, with the kind of showdown value you have with the ace and the diamonds, you tend not to commit yourself to a pot like this. That bet really might be doing a lot of work here when Julian, no doubt, goes all in on the river.
Yeah.
And John has a tough decision. It doesn't help, of course, that with the ace, he's chopping with other eights.
Yeah.
So to the extent Julian was extracting value with a hand like King 8, Jack 8, etc.
And to add to that, it's just such a tough spot for John as all the draws miss. Jack 10 misses. 6, Jack 10, 6, 7. What was he about to make? I thought he was about to make the fold there. All the diamonds miss, and also he doesn't block many of those draws.
This is not at all an easy hand to lay down. Hand to lay down. Precisely because he is chopping with other eights. I mean, really now, what he needs to be afraid of is overpairs. The way this hand has gone, it makes sense for Julian to have an overpair. Might play this way, bet big, on the turn, protect against all the draws. The ace, not the most pleasant card for an overpair to see, but still might find, and he does call, and we are going to lose the fan favorite, John Bert Perry. Nods his head, disappointing for all the fans, no doubt, and the rail in the poker room right now. But what a great performance there, and what a great finish by John Perry. 795 million Vietnamese dong is what he walks away with. Takes it well, no doubt disappointed, but the remaining 4 players super happy, and with that we have a break coming up. Applause. Make sure you join us after the break as things get really heated. From Greg and Withers, see you after the break.
Short break, right? 5 minutes? Short break, 5 minutes. Okay, chip out.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is $1,650 but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
So Lee Son, one of the middling stacks, has opened from under the gun end. The short stack, Peter Rudnev, shortest by a huge margin, playing just 6.5 bigs, has a mountain to climb in front of him if he is to emerge victorious at this APT Hanoi main event final table. Top prize of over $127,000. Lee Son does put him all in, and Peter Rudnev obviously happy to oblige and make the call. Some of the best news he could have seen, that he is at least flipping against Lee Son. No help on the 9-9-8 board. Gonna need an ace or a queen only. King of hearts, no dice. 4 outs once for the Russian. Ace of hearts, corner pocket, Rudnev gets the double.
to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
And here we go, back to the action at the APT Phu Quoc main event. We are down to the final four. Some crazy drama right before we went on break. Of course, we lost sort of the man of the moment, John Perry, who had the biggest reel both in the poker room and perhaps in chat. Sad to see him go, but now we're down to the real meat and bones of it. I mean, 4 players left, all of them guaranteed to make at least 1 billion Vietnamese dong. 4 billionaires being crowned tonight, but the main prize to play for, 2.85 billion, that's over 120,000 US dollars. I'm here in the booth, Vidar Singhal, joined by Henry Kilbane, who is back. Welcome, Henry. You have missed some crazy action, my friend, but I do remember when we kicked off the stream, things were pretty crazy to begin with, and I have not been disappointed so far.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, it looks like I'm back, but half the players that I left you with have actually bowed out in the hour-and-a-half window that I was away for. The chip leader of the day no longer in seat 1. One of the Japanese players who's also, in seat 9, no longer in the mix. So, lost a lot of players.
Yeah, you correctly mentioned both the players who were chip leading at various stages of the table. That is how tournament poker goes sometimes. But Albert Gorelick, a particular shout-out, actually went out in 8th place coming into the day with the chip lead.
Wow.
Always a disappointing finish when that happens, but very much a part of the game. He was really fun to watch. One of the stories of the hour, Julian Chan, 89 bigs at this stage of the tournament, 11 million in chips. I mean, a dominating chip lead. He has about 50% of the chips in play. He was, of course, the man to eliminate Bert, a.k.a. John Perry, when he flopped trip 9s against John's 8s on the flop on a 998 board. I think the hand pretty much wrote itself from there, although Julian did a great job of extracting maximum value. Now, looking at around the table, Bachara. That's a cutoff on the left of the screen there in seat 2. Absolute crusher from Thailand. Looking to extend his live career earnings to over 2 million US dollars. Has pretty much navigated every stack depth perfectly, Henry. I saw him be a super short stack yesterday, now sort of a middle stack, takes those stabs, of course has run well, managed to find the ace on the river against John Perry.
Ace-Jack against Queens.
Exactly.
Yeah, fill me in. So just to recap for people that may be just joining us here the same way that I am, some of the eliminations, was it just short stacks getting it in because they had no other choice? Were there some coolers? Was there some hero calls? Kind of what happened? What got us from 8 to 4?
Definitely some flips. That is the nature of final tables. We saw some flips go one way or the other. As I mentioned, and as you correctly mentioned, Queens versus Ace-Jack. Looked like Bachara might have been headed out of here until that ace hit on the river. But that last hand right before the break, that was the one interesting elimination. 998 on the flop.
Blind v blind, or?
Actually, Julian, who knows exactly what to do with the big stack, has been opening pretty much any 2 cards. He happened to have a 9, and John Perry had 8-6. 2 streets of value with the 9s. John, of course, with the underpair, was drawing dead by the turn. But the ace on the river was a very interesting card. Julian had very impressively made his hand look like a bluff with his bet sizing. And the ace on the river meant that John actually would be chopping with other 8s, which was a big factor in him calling it off at the end.
I got shown the bad news. And what about our chip leader coming into today?
Chip leader got it in fairly light, I have to say. He had been the most aggressive person on the table, so he did take a spot where he went all in with King 10 off. Can't say that it was too justified theoretically, but certainly in terms of the table dynamics. However, he ran into the ace 10 suited of Bachara. Bachara, by the way, never afraid to get chips in the middle. And one of the things that needs to be said, he was the least afraid of ICM throughout this table.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense though, Vidor. Have you not heard what the word is around town.
What is that?
ICM's for poor people. That is one thing that Pachara is not.
Absolutely. We, of course, had Peter Kiem, one of the other eliminations. Short stack throughout. Managed to really grind his short stack. By the end of it, was down to 3 big blinds. But that's exactly the dynamic that Pachara didn't seem to care about. Even when Peter Kiem had fewer chips than Pachara, Pachara was wheeling and dealing, getting it in there. Another man to mention, Hayato. Firstly, Henry, I am just super jealous of this man's posture. We could learn a little something from him in the booth. Look at that.
How about it?
Perfect composure, perfect posture.
See what Julian wants to come with here. Gut shot, doesn't want to be folding. Question is whether he wants to play this aggressively against the wider perceived range on the button. Turns a double gut shot. Rainbow completed. 1.1 million in the middle. Still more than one way for Julian to win this hand, and that would be if this turn goes check-check. Would open the door for him to stab on the river. You can see how to just queen high. Jack of hearts, a kind of weird one. Julian turning second pair. May opt to block. Something in the realm of 350, 300. He's going to check it on over.
Julian, man, just knows what's up. I mean, pretty much trapping at this point with the jack. He is going to be calling most bets, I imagine. Takes this one down. Look at that. The rich get richer.
Yeah, now more than half the chips in play, four-handed.
You know, you will see out-and-out chip leaders sometimes with, let's say, over half the chips in play, but having 95 big blinds with 4 people left, I mean, that is pretty special. That's testament to the structure, of course, but also just the dominating chip lead. This man can just ghost his way through a few payouts, probably, if he so desired, but he is clearly in it to win it. Table captain, for sure. More importantly, knows how to wield a big stack, which is bad news for the remaining players.
And maybe even more importantly, the fact that everyone else, second, third, and fourth, all kind of packaged together. ICM obviously becoming less and less relevant as players get eliminated, but even still here, the difference between fourth and second, just shy of $1 billion VND.
Certainly tensions will be high because of that ICM pressure, and I've been in these situations, Henry. Not Julian's, by the way, who is an absolute crusher with the big stack. I mean, being in a situation where you're just letting the big stack have their way with all the other stacks, just hoping to meekly not get caught in the crosshairs, I should say. Just hoping somebody else busts first. It's a tough spot to navigate. Not for Jack. Ramsden, apparently. Look at this. Has had enough of the chip leader, of the bully. Bumps it up with 7-3. I mean, I'm in shock. Like, I'm not unconvinced that the graphics are not off. What a spot to take.
Yeah, blind v blind. Julian limping in from the small. Jack close to 4xing with the barking shark. The 7-3-0. Well, both players do brick on the king 10-4, and now see if Jack can find the follow through with just 7 high. The isolating pre. He's found the sub 25% C-bet. He's going to take it down, Vidor. Huge pickup there for Jack. To 29 bigs.
That is going to be a huge confidence boost. Look at that. Bumps him up to third in chips instead of last. And let's not forget the confidence boost you get. Fought the chip leader. Won convincingly. He's been quite a presence on this table. I've not been shy to compliment him on his play, his demeanor, his hyper-awareness of the game, as we saw there as he took that spot. With pretty much any 2 cards, it seems like. He just decided he was going to fight back. And it's good for the rest of the players as well, by the way, to sort of put a dampener on Julian's momentum. He is simply running away with it, at least for the moment. Julian Chan, one of Vietnam's best, showing how to crush, how to wield big stacks.
Yeah, really not slowing down, and no reason for him to even consider taking his foot off the gas. As everyone else kind of handcuffed at the moment.
We still have a huge rail for Pachara, by the way, in chat.
Oh, 100%.
All the Thai fans in the house. They've really gotten their money's worth today.
It doesn't surprise me one bit. Pachara and his crew been traveling around the circuit in recent months with a team of videographers and filming content, trying to grow the game in Thailand. Taking it to politicians and trying to get poker legalized. Using the APT as an example about, you know, hotel bookings, tourism, the fact that staff are hired and required for events like this. So they're really trying to grow the game out in Thailand, and hopefully Pachara is going to be one of the reasons why it does become legal, as the king of clubs rolls off on the turn, giving Julian 2 pair. If there was ever doubt in his mind that maybe, just maybe, he was behind, can now very comfortably go for value. 1.1 out there.
Call me biased, by the way, but I think poker should be legal in Thailand.
I appreciate it, mate.
Bit of a no-brainer.
And it's nice to have people like Pachara and Punat and Kanapong, just to name a few of the guys leading the front. Because it'd be very easy for them to just, you know, focus on playing poker themselves.
So true.
And not worry about the legalities and stuff like that in their home country, but kind of putting their necks on the line. Kind of similar to what Phil Galfon's doing in America at the moment. As Julian's double barrel doesn't get looked up by Hayatu. And it just seems like it's the Julian Tran show right now. Only player with more than average by a considerable margin.
Approaching almost 100 big blinds, which would be quite a milestone with 4 players left. That being said, once again, thanks to the structure, nobody too short. However, 4-handed poker is a unique beast. If you think about it, dealer button, small blind, big blind, under the gun is the same as the cutoff. So are you early position? Are you late position? Have you put in the reps to figure out what your ranges should be? And by the way, where do you put in the reps for 4 max poker? Most of the time, the experience you get playing 4 max is on final tables. But when in doubt, aggression is the name of the game. And so far, with the chip stack and the aggression, Julian is absolutely coasting. I'll never forget it, Henry. I was once down to the final 3 in a tournament. Online.
More than once, or
I think that might be
your one and only time.
Might have been the only time. Wait, hold up a minute. We have a set in the house.
Yeah, unfortunately for Jack, Pachara with a complete whiff on this 10-5 deuce board. Go on, back to the one time you got 3-handed in a tournament.
The one time. And somebody just wrote in chat, like not somebody, one of the remaining 3 players, I should say, please God, give me the strength to 3-bet light. And I've just realized 3-betting light, I mean, that might be the one-size-fits-all solution to final tables. Once it gets down to 3-handed, 4-handed, you got a 3-bet light. But it's so difficult. you need to do the 3-bet light prayer like my opponent did.
Did it pay off for him?
Paid off for me, actually. What do you know?
Jack with back-to-back pocket pairs. This time a few pips stronger. Couple of black sevens. 4-handed as well at these stack depths. With the ICM handcuffs loosened, if you will, you'd see money going in a lot easier compared to when we were 9-handed. Quick color up for Julian. So you see the floor bring up. Nice fold by Pacharo there.
We see the color up, by the way, as we head towards our break. The players did take a quick 5-minute break, but that was when we got down to 4-handed. We'll take another quick break, probably after the next hand, which is actually the real time break. There we see at the clock, 4 minutes to go to the next break. So if you have been tuned in with us, and certainly if you're supporting one of these players, or maybe you just want to watch top-tier poker, make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll be back fairly quickly. Break will be maybe just 5 minutes. We'll be looking to close this one out in style. 4 players left, all of them billionaires as of today in Vietnamese Dong.
They are indeed.
1.01 billion guaranteed to the 4th place finisher. They're all looking to almost triple that. First place 2.85 Vietnamese Dong, 2.85 billion I should say. And that's over $120,000.
Playable hand for Jack in the big. Does now cover Hiatu. Was 4 of 4. Navigated his way up to second in chips, but obviously a very small margin. Comes 8-8-6. Couple of spades on board for Dor. Jack with that all-important king of spades may look to stick around 2 overs and running spade draw.
Does give you that extra confidence to stay in the hand. King high, maybe not looking the prettiest hand, but all kinds of backdoor draws. Suddenly, you're happy to stay in the game. Wow, talk about king high not being good enough. Just binks it on the turn. He's going to feel a lot more comfortable in this hand. Hayato, on the other hand, knows the situation might have taken a turn for the worse. Checks behind. The 7 will make it pretty hard to extract any value. All kinds of draws, even if they didn't get there, certainly paired up. Hayato knows any hand that's calling on the flop, chances are has a little something by the river, with the exception of pure spade draws.
Yeah, one of the worst river cards in the deck for Hiatu. All of the gut shots and straight draws now either have a pair or have got that. Let's let go of the ace high. Jack very quick to act, by the way. Don't know if you've noticed, but like decision making wise, makes his decisions really quick, and it's served him well so far. Separated himself nicely. It looks like we're going on that break, Vidor, so the player's going to take an unscheduled 5-minute break. And we'll see you guys on the flip side in 5 minutes.
5 minutes? You want 5 minutes? Yeah. The others, okay. Huh? I don't mind. Just 5 minutes, yeah? Thanks. 5 minutes. He just wants 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Yeah, and then we'll come back and we'll continue. Okay, many times.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Welcome back to the APT main event, coming to you live from Phu Quoc. My name is Vidar Singhal in the commentary booth with the co-host of the hour, Henry Kilbane. Henry, this is it, my man, down to 4. This is the moment we've all been waiting for, seeing who runs away with it. The 2.85 billion Vietnamese dong first place prize up for grabs here. That's about 120,000 US dollars. 4 contenders, all 4 more talented in poker playing skills than the other. But it seems like the heavy favorite has to be the man with all the chips, or at least over 50% of the chips in play. Julian Chan. Right out of frame in seat 2 over there. Still out of frame, Julian, in fact, on the right-hand side of the player in the frame, Pachara from Thailand. Absolute crusher on both the online and live felts. Also in the mix, player reaching for chips, Jack Ramsden, as well as Hayato, the solid rock of this final table. Always cool, always calm, always composed, always making what seems to be the right decision. Henry, we're in the home stretch here. What do you think is going through these guys' heads? An APT main event title up for grabs.
Yeah, well, firstly, thank you for the warm welcome and introduction. And yeah, I mean, the business end of the tournament, right? Everyone guaranteed billionaires in VND. It's been a grueling 4 days for these guys from a mental fitness point of view. We tip our hats to them getting creative, finding bluffs, finding hero calls, but just being able to focus, even on the smaller spots, the more basic spots, if you will. I really do applaud anyone that's willing to commit to 4 days of high intense poker, and now's the time to be more focused than ever.
Tournaments really can be relentless. You just cannot let your foot off the gas, mentally speaking, for even a minute. Every hand could be your last. Jack and Julian getting into it. Jack Ramsden, of course, has been one of the few players to fight back to the aggression of Julian. Julian, with that monster stack, about 20 million chips in play. Julian has 11 million of them. He is playing ATC poker, any 2 cards. And why should he not? He has all the chips. He can put the maximum pressure. When there's 3 shorter stacks, the ICM pressure is incredible. In this case, Jack continues, runs into the top pair of Julian's Queen 10.
Annoying spot for Jack. But yeah, gonna let go. And you mentioned off air that you were speaking about Jack yesterday. You're just impressed by, I want to say the word you used was just like consistent and solid, right? Just seems really solid with his game plan and seems to be someone that just really trusts his gut and understands that a lot of these spots, more often than not, even though you can level yourself into thinking, oh, this guy's just going after me with a flush draw, he's just like, no. It's like, I'm going to pick better spots and not going to put the cape on just yet.
It's so funny, Henry, being in the commentary booth, you realize how much of the game is not just mental, but mental composure and almost attitude-based, in the sense that Jack today has come in with this attitude. When he has to make big folds, when he gets played back at, just folds and moves on to the next one. That's part of the consistency. It's almost like you're a machine of sorts. Move on to the next one, don't carry over any emotion from the last one. And having played poker and watched poker and commentated for as long as I have, I know that's a hard quality to find, so I have certainly been a fan of him throughout the stream.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, man. Like, even when we were 9-handed, there was a phase where it just seemed so frustrating for him because he was having to, like, raise fold hands like ace-10, king-jack suited. A couple of occasions where he just had these obvious open spots and then had to fold to aggression. It's easy to think that someone's going after you.
And looking back at the tape, which I'm sure Jack will do once this is all over, one way or the other, I mean, I doubt he'll find too many missteps. Just seems to have a really good feel for the game. As you were saying, goes with his gut.
That's an exciting turn card. 5 of diamonds, giving Hayatu third pair, but also giving Hayatu the nut flush draw. Jack with the flopped gut shot. And overcard to the board.
Speaking of no missteps, Hayato. The word solid equally deserved for him.
Well, how about it?
Takes it down with aggression, didn't need to. But picked a great spot with the nut flush draw to boot. Happened to be ahead.
Did pick a great spot, and he's done a great job of separating himself from the rest of the pack. There was a moment in time where those 3 bottom stacks were kind of clustered together, but now it's 31 bigs plays 21 plays 14. And it's all eyes on Pachara, one of the best players to have ever come out of Thailand. The land of smiles.
So 4 players, 4 different countries being represented. You mentioned Thailand already, of course. Local Vietnamese, soon-to-be hero, surely, if he can pull off this win, and perhaps irrespective. Julian Chan.
Yeah, poker in Vietnam has been booming recently. Flashbacks to Triton just a few weeks ago. Had our first ever Vietnamese champion in a Triton Series event as well. But poker in Asia in general seems to be booming. A little blind v blind action. Jack still the best of it.
Just to round out the countries there, Jack Ramson, of course, you can see the flag right there. One of the 2 Australians.
He's not Australian.
Sorry, my apologies. It's late in the series.
Oh, man. That's going to get some people angry down under, I'll tell you that much.
Well, after the elimination of John Perry, who I was thinking of when I said Australian, I hope they don't hate me too much. The Australian rail of John Burt Berry had to take a hit there. Interesting card, by the way. It does give some outs to Hayato. Might be the card he needs to find some pep in his step. There we go. Reaches for chips.
Yeah, Hayato comfortably in second now. Everyone guaranteed just north of $1 billion VND. All eyes on that top prize of 2.85 billion, 121,000 USD.
Every hand so crucial, such high stakes now. And the players got a couple of short breaks. Hopefully they utilize the time wisely to recenter themselves mentally, perhaps physically, certainly emotionally. Julian lets this one go. So maybe it's not any two-card poker, but it's mighty close.
You want him to just let loose. The bull in a china shop. Any two cards. Hayato blind v blind against the short stack. See if Bechara wakes up with anything. King 5 facing the 2.5x from the small.
Let me tell you a dynamic I've been seeing with Bechara, by the way, and actually some of the other short stacks. Despite being super short, they actually tend to defend their big blinds with a wide variety of hands. There we see it. Oh, in fact, he does go all in. Fighting back with the king 5, excuse me. Picks a good spot to do it. What I was saying was I saw Bechara have maybe 9, 8 big blinds, defend the big blind wide, and actually make a play for the pot. When he was down to just 9 big blinds, he actually made a check raise, putting 33% of his stack in the middle with absolute air, with the 10-3 suited.
Wow.
Got punished, by the way, by Jack Ramsden, one of the players left. Ace, deuce, 5, all spades. My man Bechara had 10-3 of diamonds. Jack had ace, jack. Faced the check raise.
Yeah, Bechara has done incredibly well to get here. Was crippled with like 12 left, 13 left, if I'm not mistaken. Ace king against kings of Julian Tran. Was down to like 5 big blinds and now finds himself still in the mix. Four-handed as Jack pops things up rather from under the gun. Wow, two of the shortest stacks. Could tangle here.
Bechara does love 3-bet jamming. You've seen him do it throughout the day. There we go. He does 3-bet jam his pocket 5s, and Jack might have too good a hand to fold here. Indeed, he does call it off. Four-handed ace-jack, pretty much a monster. And there we go. We have a flip, pretty much to decide who gets eliminated fourth. Bechara seems to be the man at risk, but Jack would have only 510k. That's 3 big blinds left behind were he to lose this.
And he would be in the big blind next hand as well.
This is a crucial, crucial pot for obvious reasons, and a classic flip, so to speak. Ace or a jack for Jack to stay in the game.
Against Bechara and Patrick. Bechara gets pocket 5, and Patrick gets ace, jack.
Neither of them seeming very tense, Henry.
I believe there's some theory being discussed as the ace 8 board rolls off, giving Jack a huge lead. Bechara on the ropes with 1 foot out the door, looking for a 5 and a 5 only.
And the river card.
The ace of clubs rolls off on the river, completing the board, and Jack
Mr. Pachara.
not only doubles up, but eliminates a very, very tough opponent in Pachara, Wongwichit, one of the best players who've ever played the game in Thailand. Coming fourth here in the APT Phu Quoc main event, and Vidor, we are down to the final three players.
Down to the final three. We lose Pachara. GG to Pachara. Walks away with 1.01 VND. 1.01 billion VND. Crucial word, billion there. And with that, we're going to take a quick break.
Yeah, players going to discuss an ICM deal, and when we come back, we'll let you know if they complete that deal or not. Don't go too far.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei. Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city
with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei. Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up, and at 55 tables, is the largest permanent poker room in Asia.
to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Dan Shui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
Welcome back to the main event here at the APT Phu Quoc 2023. We have been down to 3 players. As we come back from the break, the players had been discussing an ICM chop of some sort. 3 players did discuss, but 1 player rejected it. Not exactly sure who. Doesn't really matter much, as what ended up happening is we are continuing the action. I am Vidar Singhal in the booth here with my co-commentator Henry Kilbane. Henry, home stretch, getting mighty exciting. Big money up for grabs. What do you think? Julian is just running away with it. Can these guys fight back?
Well, I'm trying to figure out if I can get a live read on these guys to see who I think turned down the ICM chop. That's what I want to know.
That's a great point.
But no, as you said, you know, 2 players agreed, 1 player didn't agree, as is their right.
Of course, I mean, it doesn't need to always be a question of whether you're getting the right price or whether you think you have the right edge. Sometimes you just want to go for it, and you want to make sure everybody else is going for it as well. After a chop of some sort, the dynamics change completely, and I've been guilty of this myself. Once in a while, if I'm lucky to get some sort of an ICM chop. Instead, you want to keep the tensions at the maximum. Maybe that's the environment you thrive in.
Well, Julian out in front with half the chips in play. Jack now playing a very healthy 6 million chip stack after winning that flip against Pachara. So everyone guaranteed 1.29 billion.
Not surprised to see these 3 as part of the final 3 players. Not to say everybody else wasn't equally talented. But in this case, Julian has been running away with it a little bit ever since he got a massive stack to work with. He has shown he knows exactly how to wield it. With about 9.2 million, that does signify about maybe 45% of the chips in play. But what that does mean is, as we get down to heads up eventually, if Julian is not one of the people to eliminate whoever goes out in third, we're going to have an even heads up battle. Very interesting prospect there. And in case you're new to tournament poker or poker, 3-handed is such a unique beast. I know we've been saying this for 5-handed and 4-handed as well. The truth is, you never get a chance to play too much 5-handed, 4-handed poker until you get down to the final table. Same thing with 3-handed. Under the gun and button is the same position. Wrestle with that for a moment.
Yeah, it's pretty disgusting, especially if you are on the shorter side. That big blind and big blind ante coming around at lightning pace. Not as many places to hide 3-handed as well compared to a 9-handed table. Hayato with a double barrel and a sizable one at that. And a snap call from Jack. I mean, this guy...
The speed, man.
Just doesn't get pushed around. Or doesn't allow people to push him around, I should say. Does brick out, so Jack, with the best hand at Showdown, has the check mark. Hayatu with just 10 high. Do you think the speed at which Jack called on the turn, maybe Hayatu thinks that Jack has some form of flush draw, some sort of straight draw himself?
Funnily enough, I said this to Greg, I mean, until very recently, a quick call did signify a draw. These days, who knows? And with Jack, who has been acting very, very quickly on all accounts. I mean, just look at the amount of time bank chips he has. Maybe difficult to read too much into that.
It's 3.5 million in the middle. Feels like the only sizing is a jam. That's what you'd want to do with his value, right? He set this up to jam river.
Absolutely.
Very natural river SPR of just shy of 1.
It almost looks like he's trying to psych himself into it.
Jack's been very confident in his read. Well, his reads so far today, I mean, he's played incredibly well just to get three-handed. He's card dead for so long and stayed composed. Wait, hang on a minute.
How quick was that? 500k bet on the river. Instantly called by Jack. I mean, this man made it look easy.
Yeah, it's interesting because I thought Hayatu was like about to announce himself, but because he just pushed one stack of blues forward, Jack just asked the dealer, confirmed with her immediately that, you know, that would be a string bet if he was to bet any more, right? So it has to be 500, and obviously, given the price that he's getting. So maybe a slight misstep there from the Japanese player, and with that, Jack has really closed the gap, Vidor. I mean, just a 5 big blind difference at the top now.
You have co-chip leaders now.
And maybe more importantly, Jack to the left of the chip leader. Does have position on him.
The short stack of Hayato down to 16 big blinds. Both the big stacks now wondering which one of them can gobble it up. Get down to 2 players. Obviously, everybody can almost taste the glory and the payout. 2.85 billion VND. All guaranteed 1.29 billion already. It's about half of the first place prize. Slightly less, in fact. There you see the payouts in the top right of the screen behind the players. Slightly covered now, but 1.79 billion to second place. All of it to play for. 16 big blinds for Hayato means he's going to be getting attacked constantly. And as you said, Henry, not many, I should say, places to hide. When you're three-handed, those big blinds and big blinds antes come quickly. And a sort of interesting dynamic with the big blind ante format. It's meant to mimic the idea that if there were 10 people or maybe 8 people on the table, all the big blind antes add up to about 1 big blind. But now with 3 people, it's almost like you're putting in 2 big blinds unfairly a little bit. Changes the dynamic of the game, something new to adjust to in the recent era of poker. Perhaps if we had normal antes, they'd be something around the 16k mark. You'd only be losing 48k in antes around.
Oh my word. Blind v blind. Monster holdings for first and second in chips, and Jack. Okay, Jack's just moved all in. This hand likely to just be over and done with, although you never know with the local contingent. They're not afraid to put chips in the middle.
Tell you what, Hayato is eyeing Julian saying, please call. I would love to get heads up, Hayato is thinking, and take that sweet, sweet pay jump.
Wow. That is a monster hand. Three-handed, blind v blind. Does let it go. So Jack, with that, takes the chip lead for the first time at this APT Phu Quoc main event final table. I thought we were about to see the two big stacks go to war there.
Three-handed, ace-jack, ace-king, certainly a possibility. Jack sort of put an end to it by simply going all in all the way. Can't really represent a bluff when you just put your tournament life on the line with a short stack behind you.
Oh, ace-jack suited again for Julian. Back-to-back hands.
Takes a look at the blinds, takes a look at Hayato's stack. Raises it up. The old 2x plus that little extra 5k chip for good luck, I suppose.
Oh, Hayato has jammed from the big with ace 6-0.
This is it.
What's this? This is for sub 16 bigs.
This is getting insta-called. There we go. Julian is now a very heavy favorite to bring us down to heads up and have an absolutely dominating chip lead going into heads up. Perhaps not dominating, I should say. Jack did have over 8 million in chips, but would be a 3-2 chip advantage. All comes down to this. Can Hayato survive this? Hit some sort of a 6, perhaps a chop.
Half a billion ladder for Julian and Jack if the ace-jack can hold.
9, King, 7.
So far, so good.
Ace-jack.
King 9-7 rainbow.
We're off to a turn.
To get us heads up, the APT Phu Quoc main event has the Jack of Spades, seals Hayato Kitajima's fate. Third place.
Guys, for Hayate of Japan, number 3 of the main event.
Two Japanese players at this APT Phu Quoc main event final table. Hayato finishing third for just shy of 1.3 billion, and with that, Vidor, Julian Tran, the local Vietnamese player, going to square off against Jack Ramsden. Heads up for the APT main event Phu Quoc title and the 2.85 billion that comes with it. We'll see you guys when we return from break.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is $1,650 but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
Hey, I'm Ray Chiu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Dan Shui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the Day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online Day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event Day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on Day 1. And lastly, Step 3. Jump straight into Day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online Day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the Day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online Day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2, survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3, jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day ones at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
Welcome back to the main event here at the APT Phu Quoc. As you see before you, we have the 2 remaining contenders for that beautiful, beautiful trophy on the table. Julian Chan.
Oh yeah, square off time.
That's right, UFC style, baby.
Let's do it. Love the handshake and the gesture. Do apologize for doing it. I just saw them square it off. I was like, let's go.
Absolutely, I loved it too. In case you're joining us, well, lucky you, because you're here to close out the action, close out the tournament here with us. These players originally playing for 2.85 billion Vietnamese dong as the first place prize, did strike an ICM sort of deal. We'll tell you more about that in a moment. The player you see in the frame right now, Mr. Jack Ramson from the UK, not from Australia. I was absolutely incorrect when I spoke about that. And of course, a local hero, no doubt, Julian Chan, who has had a dominating chip lead for most of the previous few hours. Currently, going into heads-up, a slight favorite. Look at that trophy, Henry. Absolutely beautiful trophy right there for the main event.
But what they are playing for is a total of 106 million between the 2 of them. Again,
Okay.
Congratulations to our final 2 players, guys. Good luck. One round of applause, guys, for our final 2 players.
All right, so just to confirm then, playing for 106 million and for the trophy. And, you know, Vidor, I have to ask, with so much of the deal being chopped up from a monetary value point of view between these 2, does that mean we're expecting a pretty quick heads-up match, given that they're both guaranteed north of 90,000 USD? They're playing heads-up for 4.5K. Obviously, the trophy and the prestige of taking down a main event title, a lot coming into effect here. But if there's ever a time to just make a kind of non-believer flick it in call,
yeah,
it's going to be when the pressure's off and you're not playing for the original heads-up value of north of $1 billion.
Well, they certainly look more relaxed, and that might be exactly the reason. However, that trophy is pretty nice, man. Just look at it.
It's a nice trophy.
If I was on that table, I would want that trophy really bad. And these guys did not get here to this point without being ultra competitive. Julian Chan, of course, wanting to represent Vietnam, lift that trophy. Meanwhile, Jack, who has been absolutely solid throughout, does find himself with a slight disadvantage going into heads-up. You mentioned, Henry, the deal that was struck, over 90,000 US dollars for both of them guaranteed. Julian Chan almost touched 100K USD already in guaranteed prize pool. 99.6 is where he ended up. Patrick with 93.6. Fair enough. And playing for that extra 4,500 US dollars, not a joke, by the way. That's a few buy-ins for this tournament. That being said, the pressure must be off. What a feeling to get this far, to close it out like such huge numbers.
Guaranteed 90K. Playing for the trophy. the glory that comes with it.
There is a slightly sad-looking runners-up trophy next to the beautiful lion there as well, by the way. Maybe a standard, more, I would say less exotic-looking trophy. But a trophy's a trophy, man. I was telling you last night, I walked home with a trophy once from a poker tournament.
Second place trophy.
Second place. Made my parents really happy. You never know.
That's one more trophy than I've got on my parents' mantelpiece, so bravo to you. So Julian coming into this heads-up match, came into day 3 as the chip leader, was leading the final 48. Then with around 27 players left, won that massive flip against Haymonia. Pocket 9s against Ace King. And then final 2 tables, just a few coolers going his way. Had kings on 2 occasions. More importantly, he had kings against Ace King and it held twice. Maybe thinking of doing something here with this offsuit king.
Those coolers certainly carried him to the final table, at least helped. A lot of things happened on the way as well. But coming into day 4, which is the final table today, he was 7th in chips. So by no means leading the pack coming in, and really has made the most of his stint here at the final table. Out flops Jack. Flopping second pair on that board with the King 5. Jack's not going to be loving this flop with 10s. But a pair heads up is just so potent.
Hi, you're right. I forgot that Julian came in 7th in chips today. It's been a wild day for him. What could have been flashbacks to Bert Perry and his pocket jacks against Julian Tran's pocket kings would have flopped top set had one of the Japanese players not got out of line pre-flop. Checks through on the Queen of Hearts turn. Jack looking for a 10 or a jack. No dice as the Queen of Clubs completes the board, and see if Julian wants to try and get some value now, chopping with all other King X.
This, by the way, Henry, is my favorite format of poker. I know it sounds weird to say that right as we get down to the final stage of our tournament. I do love all kinds of formats and stages of tournament poker. But I myself, very partial to heads-up sit-and-goes. And heads-up at the end of a tournament is pretty much a heads-up sit-and-go. In this case, after they've struck the deal, instead of playing for almost $1 billion plus VND, as you mentioned, they're playing for about $4,500 US. That's still a $4,500 US heads up sit and go. It's time to show those skills at a very unique format of the game. If anybody's not that familiar with heads up, don't be surprised to see almost 100% of the range being open from the button. Some people might go down to as low as 90, maybe 80, but certainly not lower. It just means you have to be involved in every hand. Really
I used to wail so hard in the heads-up hypers when I was growing up. When I was new to the game, I was just like, okay, I could just suck out on people here. You know, I could just run good and win this. A jack with the 3-bet. First 3-bet of this heads-up match. Out of the big. It's 1.1 million. See what Julian wants to do. Couple of red 7s. I love the way Julian stacks his chips, by the way.
very neat. More like building a colony instead of a tower. He might be considering getting this in. He does have the chip lead. There we go. Oh, I believe he said call. My apologies. A pair heads up is unbelievably strong.
Well, 2.4 million in the middle. So we head to the Jack 8 deuce rainbow. So Jack flopping best. Fires out continuation bet for 1/3. So quick to act is Ramsden.
They really should let him take those time bank chips home. It's going to be a cool memento of how quickly he played throughout this tournament.
Julian understandably going nowhere. So sizable pot brewing here. It's the king of spades. Rolls off on the turn. Rainbow board giving Ramsden 2 pair. Setting up a very natural river SPR. We're betting 1.4 million into 4 million on the turn. Yeah, Julian just can't continue now. Facing more heat. Well, with that, it's about as close as it's going to get, Vidor. 64 big blinds, plays 61.
Looks like we're basically flipping at this point in terms of who gets that extra little $4,500 cincher to an amazing run. You did bring up a great point, Henry, about the attitude with which people approach sit and go sometimes. It's just a lot of variance in that format, heads up in general, which is partly the reason players strike deals at this stage of the tournament. You've put in all that hard work. Maybe take a little bit money off the table because you know heads up can just go any direction based on the cards. In case anybody is wondering what ICM or just deals are like, players simply decide, based on the amount of chips they have left in their stack, how much those chips are worth, maybe negotiate a bit once in a while, and then sort of shake hands on a number they're both comfortable with. And such is the nature of heads up. Julian defending 8-4 suited. Clubs would be disaster for a smaller hand of Julian. 8 on the other hand is good news. Got shot straight draw for Jack. Pretty dynamic board. Jack certainly incentivized to continue to tell the story. Having something like an ace, perhaps a queen. And Julian will not be going anywhere for sure. When you flop a pair heads up, gotta go a couple more streets. It's hard to make a pair, as they like to say.
Yeah, Jack certainly coming out with the aggression so far in this heads up match. Obviously an incredibly small sample, but seems to be the guy wanting to put chips in the middle as he fires again on the board pairing turn, would you believe, close to pot. And it just makes him so difficult to play against. At the pace at which Jack Ramsden plays, even here in the booth, it feels like we don't have a moment to just think and digest what's going on. Imagine being on the receiving end out there where you're playing on a main event final table and you're staring down this guy who's just relentless. Seems to only have one gear, and that gear seems to be 6th.
You know who he reminds me of, Henry, with those bets?
Go on.
Your friend and co-host, Randy Liu. Nano Noko. Okay. With the quick bets. So intimidating.
Online or live?
Actually live. I'm thinking back to Randy on the big game, where he was just firing away. Just take a 1-second pause. It's almost like he's betting to the beat. Take a breath in. Boom. Fire out 1 million the way Jack did. Super quick.
I don't think I've ever seen footage of Randy playing poker.
He bets so fast, man. And I'm talking live. He is, of course, an online betting machine.
Randy Liu.
Shout out to Randy Liu. Big fan.
Legend. Well, so far this heads-up match, it's been all Ramsden. Now, just 3-betting this one pre.
The man bets when he has it, bets when he doesn't. He 3-bet king gate, got there, had kings up by the turn. Now 3-bet queens. What is Julian to do? It's heads up. You can't just sit and wait for a hand either. Now let me highlight a difference between the heads-up sit-and-goes I was referring to earlier and the format that these gentlemen are engaging in right now. There is a big blind ante. There's some extra chips in the middle to fight for every hand.
Yeah, that's really worth noting because as the chips get shallower, you're likely to see a limping range created by both players, and a limping range there is typically going to include 100% of hands just because of that big blind ante. The price they're getting to complete from the small. 5-1, hands like 9 deuce, obviously not going to cut it.
Has Julian even won a hand, Henry?
Heads up. Wow.
Perhaps not.
What a needle.
Oh, well, I'm just...
Such a sick needle, Vidor.
Well, I'm just observing here. Julian, if you're watching this in the future, pay no heed to my man Henry trying to reframe my innocent question. What I meant was, my God, talk about momentum. Jack just steamrolling for the moment, partly because of the cards, partly because of his aggression. Fairly big raise too, 400k.
Yeah, they've been leaning towards the 2.5x, and I think that's just a byproduct of how deep we are.
And that big, and that big blind ante I meant to say, to fight for. So there's already 2.5 in the middle. Perhaps you offer too good a price if you make it 2 big blinds.
Oh yeah, we've got to that stage of the tournament. Theory going out the window, Vidor. We're just clicking buttons now. We're staring down our man and saying, you know what? I'm 3-betting the 8-7-0 because it's going to get more credit than it normally would because I haven't 3-bet so far this heads-up match.
Another great point. So much of the heads-up dynamic is really about the history you've developed with the player even before you reach heads-up, the way the momentum has gone. Theory really does need to go out the window sometimes if you really need to seize that momentum back. You're willing to give up some EV if it means that you can stop the opponent from just running away with it. I wonder who started the 2.5x raise, but it seems to have become the standard.
I want to say it was Julian.
It's funny how that works. It's a little bit of like a, it's almost like some sort of a dance that you do, you know. You raise big, your opponent now raises big. You 3-bet, your opponent feels compelled to 3-bet. Talk about rags, though.
Well, rags turning into bottom pair for Julian. So 3 hearts on board. Jack with just 9 high. Julian Tran with 4th pair. Happy to try and get this one to showdown. 5 of clubs completes the board. Look at this, Jack comes firing. Looks like just north of third pot. See if Julian can sniff this one out. Be quite the hero call.
It is hard to let it go after you check behind on the turn. I'm sure he was tempted to bet the turn. After all, a pair and heads up, even if it is bottom pair, it's more likely than not to be ahead. Does make the call, and it's going to get rewarded. So we're going back and forth with that chip lead. Julian with the very, very slight edge here.
Yeah, nice little pick up and pick off there from Julian. It's got to feel good for morale. Gets the 3-bet bluff through the previous hand and then picking off with bottom pair to regain the chip lead after what could feel like heads up not going your way, although obviously a very short and small sample.
Rags again for Jack. I doubt it'll stop him from raising, though. Or perhaps it will, right as I say that. He throws the chips back to Julian, and nice timing. Julian with a real hand, king, queen off. Kind of funny to see the feature table, and of course the final table that is today, whittled down to just 2 players in the white shot. We lost all our friends, who probably don't know who we are at this point, but they certainly felt like my friends of the day.
Yeah, it's been an epic few days of poker with different faces from all over. Such a diverse turnout for this main event.
As I begin to become nostalgic, about this whole experience, the APT main event in Phu Quoc, good time to perhaps remind all of you watching, our next series in Taiwan is upcoming at the end of the month.
Oh yeah.
APT in Taipei. It's going to be epic, not just in terms of the poker. I have plenty of side events, but that main event with $1 million guarantee, that's going to be the big one.
Yeah, also worth mentioning tomorrow, the online day ones over on Natural 8, and also the $30 satellite with 10 $1,650 seats into that main event. Again, that's tomorrow night. Do get involved. I believe you mentioned that you plan on firing.
Absolutely.
One of those satellites. I am going to be anti-railing you. Big time.
And of course, Taipei is going to be such a cool place to visit. Playing poker is a great excuse to do it. Check out all the culture and all the street food they have to offer. Our colleague Ray went and checked it out, has only good things to say. If you've been watching some of the videos that we have on the break, you've seen a good preview. Certainly entice the likes of me.
Pure aggression just getting through for Jack Ramsden again. Just doesn't slow down. Makes him so tough to play against.
What a cool heads-up battle this has already turned out to be, even though they're pretty much still dead even. And they have been for a while. But it's not for lack of trying to make some big moves. Pure aggression, particularly from Jack, but also from Julian, who is very good at taking back the momentum when he needs to. That's the thing about heads up, particularly in the tournament, which is to say increasing blinds format. Very few ways to get practice unless you're very intentional about it. I happen to like the sit and go format, but most people don't really chase it. The other way to get practice is to be heads up in tournaments a lot.
That's a good strategy. Typically means you're doing pretty well in life, from a financial point of view.
We have a bot here. top pair, Jack high flush draw for Jack. And the second nut flush draw for Julian. Neither player likely to exit this hand on this street. Once again, heads up, pairs, particularly top pair, are extremely strong, and having that redraw is going to feel like the nuts to Jack. Julian can't really go anywhere with the queen high flush draw. So likely to be good if the diamond comes. You even have some implied odds in heads up because your opponent likely to call you off with most flushes if you were to bet for value. Ten on the turn doesn't change much. Still have the same situation with Julian probably not feeling as good about his hand. Jack confidently does what Jack does, which is bet.
Well, he is drawing live for Vidor. 8 outs once. You can see in the top right-hand corners, or corner rather, of your screens. This would be a sizable one, depending on whose way it goes.
Julian uses a time bank. Understandable spot. Obviously, just a queen high flush draw. But your heads up. Even the queen might be good sometimes. Combined with the fact that he's getting an okay price to try and chase. Would be a bit loose, out of position. Or maybe, just maybe, he's contemplating some moves here, Henry.
Oh, there it is. Contemplating moves he is, Vidor. 2.5 million to go, I believe, was announced.
What in the world? Did Jack even think about it? Or did he just throw his chips in the middle?
It's just like, you know what, pal, if you got my top pair, third nut flush draw, and gut shot beat, then you deserve to win. Jack just snap jamming.
I can't get over it. The speed.
It's so sick. Like, this is super mergy as well. Like, he could... Wow. Ramsden quite literally feels like a bull in a china shop at times. Just comes in all guns blazing to this heads-up match. Came in 3-2 chip deficit. Now has a 2-1 lead after just what feels like 15 hands or so of heads-up play. But I think the most impressive thing, Vidor, and I feel like we've been speaking about it non-stop, but the pace at which he plays, just so confident in his reads, and also from a sizing point of view as well, just knows exactly how much he wants to bet, on what types of board textures. Now a huge favorite to win this APT Phu Quoc main event.
I mean, I don't know if he's a genius or if he just hasn't run into a real hand yet.
Is it just timing? That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, it's so easy in poker.
And I mean that in the best way. I've been giving him a lot of credit throughout the stream. Perhaps for good reason that is now very evident. The pace at which he made that decision still blows my mind. He did get into a situation like this with, I was telling you about a hand which was also monotone. And at the time, I thought he had some sort of soul read on his opponent.
Oh, on Pachara?
On Pachara, yeah. Now it seems like either he always has a soul read, or he's just like, you know what? I have a good hand. If you have a better hand, you win. If you don't, I win. Absolutely putting on a clinic here. Credit to Julian for taking that stab, turning his second nut flush draw into a bluff. But talk about equity denial there from Jack. All of it, he said.
Jack doing an incredible job to turn things around here in Phu Quoc. Not only to turn them around, but by a considerable margin. Has his opponent down to 6.4, and the blind is going to be going up fairly shortly as well. That 6.4 million going to be reduced to 32 big blinds with the blind level increase. Julian still not adjusting his button strategy, continuing with the 2.5x.
Julian has to be feeling the pinch. He hasn't been on the back foot for a while. Jack now with the 14 million chips, effectively representing the highest stack anybody's had in this tournament, understandably, when it comes down to two people. Has Julian on the back rope here. 2-1 chip lead still. See the trophy there, slightly out of focus. There it is in focus. Absolutely magnificent trophy. Going to go to one of these gentlemen you see on your screens. You think Julian was ever some sort of like a poker dealer or something? Look at the way he's racked up his chips. Or maybe like a casino.
Where he's got his own private casino in his front yard.
It looks like when you approach a roulette table, like
yeah,
the way they're set
it
up,
does, doesn't it?
different
Yeah.
colors.
No, you're right.
It's pretty cool.
And he's been doing that not just at the final table, but like throughout the tournament. That's just been his chip stacking style. 4 of hearts on the turn does present a few more outs for Ramsden in the form of a wheel. Julian with an 84% equity lock. Big fan of Julian's table demeanor as well. You know, it's just been
Absolutely.
just business.
He did have this move where he would not put on his sunglasses until he was in a hand. So as soon as he put chips in the middle, he'd put on his sunglasses. And now that we're heads up, we're seeing the permanently shaded up Julian. I'd argue more intimidating with the permanent shades. Looks like a man you can't get a read on.
Just managed to squeeze out some additional value on the river from Jack. He is, of course, guaranteed the most in this main event due to the ICM deal that he made with Jack Ramsden. Julian guaranteed 2,337,000,000 VND. With an additional 107.5 million to play for.
Jack effectively trying to catch up to Julian's score here by
Pretty
closing
much.
this out. A well-timed 3-bet once again from Jack, likely to take this down. I love how intensely these guys are going at it. You know, you asked me at the start of Heads Up, Henry, does the deal mean their foot is off the gas? You flick it in maybe, you play it loose. Clearly not. Look at the intensity of the play here.
I think that's just a sign of what the Asian Poker Tour is. You know, yes, there's a lot of money at stake in this main event, and you could argue they've locked up the lion's share of the prize pool. They're playing for, 4.5K USC is still 3 buy-ins, but also that trophy, man, and, legacy, glory, whatever you want to call it. The 95,000, that'll run out eventually, but that trophy and having that on your resume, that first place finish on your resume, no one can ever take that away from you, and I think that's what we're seeing here. I mean, these guys really fighting for this trophy after battling it out for 4 days.
That is so true, you're right. It really is about legacy sometimes, and I've actually been privy to some deal making where the person who was actually behind in chips when it came down to heads up refused to take an extra 20% on his ICM number because he wanted to play for the trophy. The guy ahead in chips was like, let me take the trophy and I'll give you the extra 20%, and he refused.
Wow. Yeah, it's weird, man. I mean, I know people, don't know whether I should name their names, so without mentioning their names, but I've commentated on bracelet events before where it's got to heads up and they've made deals behind closed doors and they're like, just don't care about the bracelet. Literally just like all in first hand of like heads up after like making a deal.
That's crazy.
Which is crazy, right? Because you think like bracelets, it's what everyone's after. Hang on a minute. Julian Tran jamming from the big with the ace-9. Blind's about to go up.
Perhaps a little bit of frustration, or once again wanting to take back the momentum, because that is a lot of bigs. Ace-9, of course, an absolute monster hand heads up, but jamming close to somewhere between 30 and 40 bigs.
Yeah, close to 40 big blinds. 38 bigs, I believe.
A tad too many, at least theoretically speaking. But like I said, sometimes it's about the momentum. He does get that back. Good timing for a 3-bet jam to let Jack know he can't run over the table whenever he wants.
That's a shift in strategies. Just opting to 3-bet jam rather than 3-bet call off or 3-bet play post.
Because I play so much heads up, I'm very aware of the difference between a 2-to-1 chip lead and a 3-to-1 chip lead. This might sound really obvious, but in a 2-to-1 chip lead, if you go all in and win, you effectively flip the stacks. Now you have the 2-to-1 chip lead. If you're behind and your opponent has a 3-to-1 chip lead on you, when you go all in and win, you're even stacks. This just makes your opponent have so much more ability to call. And that's what you don't want. You want your opponent to be folding a lot more often. So sometimes there's some milestone dynamics where you don't want to get below that 2-to-1 mark. You want to do whatever it takes to stay above that 3-to-1 mark. Keep some of that momentum, that bluffing power, said differently, fold equity. Lots to think about.
Blinds have gone up to 100k, 200k. Now less than 100 big blinds in play. By the looks of things, Ramsden still a 2-to-1 chip lead after coming in with a chip deficit to this heads-up match. C-bet from Tran. Just going to take it down on the Queen Jack 10. It's been a fun heads-up match.
Absolutely.
Jack's been swinging for it. Julian just remaining composed and looking to get back in this fight.
With the new blind level, we now have 100 big blinds in play. 64 of them currently belong to the man on your screen, Jack Ramsden.
100, 200, 290. Once again, for main event, play B, blinds are up. 100, 200, 290.
Easy open with the king jack off. Has adjusted to the new blind size. Not exactly 2.5, but going 2.25x this time around.
Yeah, and in fantastic shape against Julian, who we just saw rifle it in with the ace-9. Gonna just defend with the queen jack O. Does not want to see a jack high flop. Be an absolute disaster for the local Vietnamese player. Well, how about top pair for Julian and an open-ender for Ramsden. 1.1 million in the middle. This could be a sizable pot, Vidor.
What a flop. Just built for action. Jack is going to feel very comfortable throwing in that continuation bet. Julian's going to feel pretty comfortable as well with his top pair. Having the Jack also helps. Keeping some redraws. Does he want to raise here? He'd be raising for value, considering the board is pretty wet. Decides to proceed with caution for now. What a great card for Julian, not just because he has trip queens now, but also Jack might feel fairly comfortable that his opponent doesn't have a queen. After all, two of them on the board.
Jack not one to slow down either. You know, this is a similar board texture to, was it the ace, queen, 8 ace board earlier, with the board pairing on the turn, kind of leads you to think that maybe he would slow down and actually comes out firing.
Great point, Henry. In that case, Julian, of course, had bottom pair and folded. In this case, he actually has the goods.
With 2 flush draws on board, a few straight draws, how does Julian want to proceed? Just confirming with the dealer. It's 1.2. If he calls, there'd be 4.2 in the middle.
Well, let's think back to the hand where Julian turned his nut flush draw, second nut flush draw, into a bluff with a check raise on the turn, and just got Jack to jam it in.
That's true.
So surely he must be wanting to raise here so that he gives Jack the opportunity to jam it in. Decides not to do that in this case. A bit surprising, to be honest. 5.1 million behind, 4.2 million in the pot. Not quite a 1 SPR.
Oh my word.
Is this it?
Ace of diamonds on the river.
I don't see how this isn't it, Henry. We might be closing out this tournament in style.
Both flush draws bricking. Ramsden with the nut straight. 4.2 million in the middle. See what size he goes for. What did he say? 3.5? 3.5 million. I mean, this would have Julian down to less than 10 big blinds. Vidor, what a sick, sick run out.
The only question is call or go all in. I think Julian is good enough to know that going all in is a bit pointless, so he does make the call. Oh, he does go all in? He's reluctantly going all in.
No. He said cool.
Oh, I see.
He kind of realized how sick a spot it was, even though he's got trips, before making the call, kind of acknowledging that he can't fold, but he doesn't like it, given that this is like the first time Ramsden has ever kind of tripled off, and especially for that sizing on the river as well. That was a big bet, 3.4 into 4.1. And with that, Vidor, Jack Ramsden with a more than 10-1 chip lead over the local Vietnamese player,
What
Julian
a turn
Tran.
of events with that ace on the river. Today really has been the day of aces on the river, but that one was crucial in determining who is most likely to win this one. You're right, Henry. My apologies. I heard the dealer say all in, and right before that, as I was saying, Julian probably too good to actually shove the remainder of his chips in there. A lot of players in that spot would think that they could get away with doing that for value, but as you correctly said, he knew what was up, but he just knew his hand is too good to get away from. And full marks for even knowing that. And taking it with a smile. Does help that he's locked up almost exactly 100,000 USD.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, came into day 3 as chip leader. Joined the final table, 7 of 9. I mean, has to be thrilled to obviously go on to heads up after coming in 7 of 9. Guaranteed just shy of 100K.
Henry, if you were in his shoes, and you're discussing a deal with Mr. Ramsden there, you don't think you'll say, hey man, let's just make it 100K even. Why leave me shy $300? Why not let me have my first six-figure score?
Gives him something to fight for.
Oh, I love that. I like that.
Wow, Ramsden with 9 fingers on the trophy. Still all smiles. Love to see it. So 19 million plays 1.6.
It certainly isn't over till it's over, particularly in heads up. A few double ups, and you never know. That being said, with the big blind ante in the mix, we will be seeing an all-in very shortly. And I say that because there's just too much to fight for every time in the middle of the pot.
Julian does move all in for his final 8 bigs. Jack letting it go. Staying disciplined. It's very easy to have your opponent sub 10 and just start clicking call on any 2. Ramsden going to remain patient.
Good on him. You're better off clicking all in on any 2 than you are clicking call. That's for sure. And even then, we saw him show discipline on the hand right before. He let the 9-5 go. Turns out Julian had 7 deuce suited. How about kings? Only looked at 1, he says. Fair enough. Going all in with any king, absolutely the right strategy. Julian had 7 deuce. Wouldn't it really have made a difference?
Back-to-back 7 deuces. That's brutal. I've done that a few times with like first card's an ace. Second card's always like a 6 or something ridiculous. It's brutal.
Seven five also a bit brutal, but I think Julian might have to might have to roll with it, I meant to say. Simply because you put in so much. Wow, finds the fold and the discipline. Would not have gotten called by Jack, I assume. It's just entertainment at this point, Henry.
Well, I mean, there's still a threat of a comeback, and I think that's why Jack avoiding that kind of marginal spot with the 10-9.
Oh, absolutely.
Just realizing that, hey, look, if I double this guy up and he's back to 20 bigs, like, he's still in this.
70-1 is the greatest chip deficit I've overcome. Absolutely ridiculous spin.
Ramsden open jamming
Here
on the button. Mystery hands for both players. Smiles from Julian. What is that? Jack 3? Pocket 3s for Julian Tran. Ramsden flipping with the 7-4 of diamonds. He won that huge flip against Pachara earlier on.
All in call, it looks like Julian Tran has pocket 3s. Jack has called him with a 7-4 of diamonds.
A classic flip.
At this point with 2 overs against a bottom pair. Pocket pair. See a flop.
I kid, of course. Nothing classic about it, but a flip nonetheless.
Flop is queen, 9, and a king.
Plenty of outs still in terms of not just the 7s and 4s, but even running pair. Some diamonds. There is that diamond.
7-4 has a flush draw now.
It's never easy with one card to come for the main event. Well, what do you know? The ace of diamonds completing the board And Jack Ramsden
Round of applause, guys, for our final two.
with the backdoor flush
As a runner-up of the main is Jules Tran
to
of
take
Vietnam.
down the Asian Poker Tour Phu Quoc main event. Local Vietnamese player Julian Tran coming in second. Vidor and I will be coming back to the broadcast booth in a few minutes' time to round off this final table and main event. For now, we're going to leave it to Greg Goes All In and our tournament director.
We have our final two players from your hometown, all the way from here in Vietnam. Guys, round of applause, guys, for the runner-up of the main, Jules Tran. And as you guys saw that, he's caught a flush on the river card with a blackjack 21 hand there. Guys, round of applause, guys, for Jack.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei. Ramsden, everybody, winning the APT main event here in Phu Quoc. Jack, we gotta ask, what would you say was the most important factor that you would contribute to your victory here at APT?
I'd just say I ran very well throughout the tournament, in multiple good spots with aces against ace king, and then was patient when nothing was coming my way, aggressive when I needed to be, and that was it really.
Played well and ran well, fantastic. And we got to know, how are you going to spend your money?
I'm not sure. I'll probably buy a watch and then maybe invest a little bit.
Nice stuff. And any last words for the folks at home, to your friends, family?
Thanks for the support, guys, and good luck to everyone else in the next one.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jack. That was Jack Ramsden, APT main event champion. Back to to Henry and Vidor back in the commentary booth.
That's all right, Johnny. Greg. Greg, that's fine. Dude, I love the little interview there with Jack Ramsden. Incredibly honest, just aware of, to win a tournament, as any pro will tell you, it takes a bit of run good. And he pointed out some of the run good that he had on his side, but also to give credit where credit's due, he was incredibly patient, as we mentioned, in that 9-handed. There was times where he moved up to 2nd in chips, 3rd in chips, then dropped all the way down to 7th or 8th. But still remained focused and, yeah, came out on top.
He really was. He needs a nickname, I feel. He's like a machine, like completely unaffected by what happens, just moves on to the next hand. Yes, he had some run good. We weren't aware of this, but apparently aces into ace king, etc.
Right.
But who really cares when you play so well in the final table? I mean, well-deserved victory, GG. And of course, GG just second place finisher Julian as well. An absolutely amazing performance. And with that, we wrap up the main event at Phu Quoc. What a series it's been and what a tournament it's been. I mean, I have absolutely loved every moment. Starting from day 2, of course, going down all the way to the final table, seeing these storylines and characters come out, it's been an amazing experience. And by the way, we're not done yet with this series.
No, we're not. I really like how it's split out, by the way. You know, we have the, I don't know what I would call day 2 coverage, but it's a bit more chill. There's a lot more talking going on. You know, there's a lot of banter at some of the tables. But then you come back for day 3, like the final 48. Everyone's well rested. They know that the plan for the day is to then play down to the final table. So it's a lot more tense. And obviously the final table, man. I mean, what a final table it was. Straight off the bat, we just hand against hand against hand. There was a bit of a stalemate, 9-handed, where it felt like we could have dropped down to 5 or 6 players in the span of 30, 40 minutes. But with the chip leader coming into the day, the American kind of giving back his wealth to the rest of the table, if you will, it really added this unique ICM approach for the likes of Pachara and some of the shorter stacks to just wait and be incredibly patient, because they felt like, okay, this guy might slip up against me, might make a mistake, and he obviously ultimately bowed out in 8th.
Well, many players put on a clinic, but no more so than Jack Ramsden. I mean, not only in heads up, but leading into it, his patience, his tenacity, and his aggression really paid off. So with that, congratulations once again to Jack, the ultimate winner, and thank you so much for joining us. We will see you next time.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is $1,650 but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.